Chapter 103. Life changes fast, but the Heine man always wears the same 3 shirts. Time comes and goes as the work on the house continues. Days pass. Then weeks. Heine stands downstairs in the restaurant, admiring the fully renovated and rebuilt structure. There isn't a single indication left that there had ever been an attack, and in fact, the house looks better than ever. He actually thinks that it looks great now. But not everyone agrees. Heine lifts his gaze, looking at the owl that is perched in the rafters, hissing and clicking with her beak as she looks around the room. Ever since the frog's attack, she has been far more alert and aware of every little thing. Perhaps too much so. But she had once explained her dislike of the idea of returning to a nest that had been attacked. One must never return to an old nest. Those are the places where the bad things come to look for us again. He recalls those words, and despite the fact that she hasn't said anything, he knows that this is what's bothering her. The severity of this recent attack was more than any frog escapades, and now she does not trust in the security of their home. He can't say for sure if she now views it as an old nest, but there is certainly some trouble that must be smoothed over here. It's not like they can just move somewhere else. They'll just have to figure something out. Months pass. The spring comes to an end, bringing on the haze of a heavy, lazy summer. However, the pleasant sleepiness offered by the season is considered unwelcome by everyone in this year as the war effort rages on, intenser than ever before. Craftsmen work days and nights to fulfill the ever larger growing orders from the military, hiring extra hands wherever they can get them. A season of adventurers comes to prosper here, as the need for raw material drives prices of resources up. The number of new adventurers and people delving into the dungeon to gather materials to sell at a high price rises starkly. The business of both their crafting as well as the guild work itself booms. "We're legit now," says Sokol, holding out a placard for him to look at. Heine narrows his eyes, staring at the wooden sign that she is holding with a golden plate fastened to its front. "The hell?" he asks, reading it. "Licensed Adventurers Guild." "Sokol, did you pay the sign makers for this?" he asks. "I don't want those thieves to get a single more coin of ours." "Please," says Sokol, tapping the metal with her finger. "This here is legit, boss man," explains the elf. She has a bruise on the side of her neck from when some adventurer took her by surprise while she was going to the kitchen and hit her with a staff from behind, because she's an elf. He had dealt with that one himself before the doorman, Erik, even got the chance to leave his post. Sokol, too, has been much more guarded since then. Before we were just some weirdos saying we're an adventurers guild, but now we're a really real one, state licensed and everything. "Huh," says Heine, leaning in. "The metal plate really is made out of real gold." "Well, I'll be," Sokol nods. "I did some paperwork on the side. We have the numbers to back ourselves up. It was an easy sell." "Great work, Sokol. I have no idea what this means, but I'm glad you did it. It means we can participate in the guild's programs. There are all sorts of financial packages and deals we can work out now," she says. "But there's a catch." Her ears twitch. Heine sighs. "There always is, isn't there?" Sokol nods. "We need more rooms. The ones we have aren't enough for the increased demand this will bring." Heine rubs his head, looking around the area. "More rooms?" he asks. "Sokol, the house is packed. Where the hell are we going to put more rooms?" Sokol smiles, tapping the sign. "That's where this comes in," she says. "A caster from the Association of Adventuring Guilds will be here to turn on instancing for us in a few weeks." Heine blinks. "Instant what?" "You know how the dungeon is like a big glowy portal?" asks Sokol. "How 100 people can walk into it, but when we go with them inside, we're alone on the other side of the fog." Heine nods. "It's like that." Heine stares at her. "Wait, what the hell? Why have I never heard of this?" Every adventurer's guild of note in the world has it." She asks. "So probably because you're not an adventurer," explains Sokol. "We'll set up a room upstairs. In the house it'll be one room, but every party can enter it and have their own." "Damn," says Heine. "Why doesn't everyone just do this?" he asks. Hell, why didn't we just do this before? Again, replies Sokol, because you're broke. I think we're doing well these days. Not well enough, says Sokol. This is some old-world, artifact-level magic. This is avarice or frog-level money to get set up, explains Sokol. But once it's done, we'll be rolling in cash. Heine sighs, rubbing the back of his head. This sounds like a very big responsibility and debt to take on, but Sokol seems like she's sure about this. Okay, do what you need to do, he says. Weeks come to pass and the guild booms in business, even before the instancing system is set up. After it does, and after they stop sending people away because of their lack of free beds, it's easily 3 to 4 times as busy as it used to be. So much so that they had to hire more wait staff. Claydet was promoted to their head and given a management-level raise in pay. The cooks got an extra hand, which meant the kitchen had to be fully renovated with new stations to fit the third person in the same space as before. With the increased foot traffic, dirt becomes a real problem. Heine can't sacrifice himself or Rhine to clean and sweep so often, so an additional person is needed to clean the house regularly. To save himself the hassle, Heine delegated her tasks to Claydet to manage as well. The owl god does nothing all day except to sit on her roost to listen to questions or pleas for help, and to give advice, and to receive tribute. Tribute is starting to make up a very significant chunk of their income, so much so that Sokol needed to start a new ledger just for it. In the few hours of night she finds free time, Obscura hunts and then falls asleep next to Heine in a deep exhaustion. He has made an effort to stop working so much into the night, so that he can be here to fall asleep with her every night. Eilig unfortunately makes less and less use of the insulated houses scattered across the rooms, as during the day it is just too full. There is too much ambient magic in the house. The owl god is getting too strong. The war is raging and the magical ley lines are going haywire. There were even reports of wild monsters spawning inside of the city walls recently, although those are unverified. Her illness is constant and present, and, while she isn't wailing in agony, she does certainly seem to have lost a little of her visible energy and spark. Heine pays good money to send teams of casters out into exotic dungeons to find items and things that could alleviate the magical pressure on her. But so far, nobody has brought anything back of substantial help. The skull that he had first made, the one that drained soul points, Heine ends up making another one on a smaller scale and using it on himself every time he goes down into the ice cellar, so that he is able to stay there without making her feel worse. Honestly, he doesn't really know what to do. Of course his goal is to help the guild and Obscura flourish, but by doing so, he's making Eilig sicker and sicker. The worst part is that she isn't even complaining about it. So he just feels bad because he doesn't quite know how to find a compromise between these two desires. Does he help Obscura at the cost of Eilig, or does he help Eilig at the cost of Obscura? He doesn't know, so he thinks he's been trying to do both things at the same time. But it might not be possible. Weeks pass again and then a few odd months more. Summer is at its crown and Rhine and himself work the forge day in and day out. The noise outside in the guild from all of the foot traffic had gotten so bad that they actually added a second door and wall to the stone corridor that leads towards the forge to muffle the sound. They couldn't hear each other clearly during their work, and it was causing problems. The Thieves' Guild had to be paid a little more too, because they needed more security too. They're becoming very high profile in a lot of ways. The other gods haven't contacted him since the whole death thing, ignoring the big frog, who he hasn't heard a whisper from either. But that doesn't mean he doesn't feel their eyes on them. As for avarice, there has been little contact. Sokol has been quietly managing the books as always, depositing the larger sum of their money into their account, which is under avarice's control and watch, as if nothing was wrong. A smaller, unsuspicious portion of that she has been setting to the side in their vault in secret. It's so busy. Life has gotten crazy, crazier than he had ever imagined it becoming. Honestly, he misses the quiet, simple days of their obscurity back when it was just them, living in a quiet, cozy, forgotten house. They weren't rich, they weren't famous, but it was nice. He misses having their house for themselves, but it is what it is now. There's not really a good way to turn back from here. Right. Heine's eyes wander towards the very high roof of the forge. It's not like they can just move somewhere else, somewhere quieter, somewhere with less work and stress and tension. Right. He narrows his eyes, looking around the room for inspiration. His eyes fall on the golden amulet of a tree that Rhine has been painstakingly handmaking for months on end now, as his tribute to the owl god. Right. Chapter 104. Checking off the list, Heine looks over the map of the nation that he has spread out on the workbench in the forge. Ever since the guild had gotten so busy, finding a quiet spot at one of the booths in the restaurant has quite literally become impossible, sadly. Thankfully, the forge is still a possible option of retreat. His eyes scan the map. There are 5 notable cities here in the nation. One in the west by the mountains, one in the east by the coast, one in the south in the deep forests, and one here in the northern regions where they live now. His gaze lands on the one in the center. The central city is one of the few cities that isn't powered economically by a dungeon, like all of the other 4. But its central position between all of them allows it to thrive as the nation's most critical trade hub. It's also the closest to the war front and is likely under constant skirmishes. That means people are likely leaving to move to the other, safer cities, which then means that property is currently cheap there for those willing to fight against the exodus to move into the place. Even without the money they have on Avarice's bank, they could buy a comfortable patch of land there. And if they do end up having access to their full savings and the dragon god of wealth isn't playing some odd game of control with them, then they could probably buy an extremely big patch of land. But this comes at the risk of them being caught up in the war. Although, the assassins that had gone out of their way to travel all the way to the north had shown that this was already the case. So does it really matter? Heine shrugs to himself and looks at the map. They can buy land cheaply there. Plus he's sure he can even get the military to approve his move if he says he'll be able to offer repairs for the front lines. It just seems like the smartest move. Obscura is unhappy with this house, now that it has been attacked not only by frogs, but by elves, and Eilig is suffering here, because the house is simply too condensed for the powerful magic that is filling the walls. With a bigger house and more land and the possibility to build something entirely new in order to engage in some perhaps unorthodox architectural practices, he can solve all of their problems at once. Plus, maybe it is time that he moved out of his family's house. Heine looks around himself at the walls of the forge tower. There are many memories here. This home had belonged to his parents after all, but they're dead. Those memories remain, and he can make new memories in a new house. The house is just a thing. The living, the people who are alive right now, they matter more than the memories of the dead. Heine rolls up the map and tucks it into his belt. He's going to have to convince the others, though. Obscura and Eilig are easy, but he really isn't sure how he's going to convince Rhine or Sokol or Seltsam. Hell, what if they don't want to leave the city? Yeah, sure. Whatever, says Sokol, leaned back on her chair with her feet up on the new front counter. She's filing her nails. Heine blinks and looks around the room for a moment before turning back towards her. What, really? Sokol shrugs. I don't really care, I follow the money. Huh, says Heine, tilting his head. I thought you'd at least ask why, she blows off her fingers. I know why, says the elf, inspecting her work. And you don't care about moving back towards the south, she shakes her head. We're not moving to the south, though. We're moving towards the south. Big difference. I was expecting a harder sell than this, honestly, says Heine. He feels his curved dagger rubbing against his leg as he notices that the library door has quietly opened for only the tiniest crack. "I'd like you to come with us, Seltsam," he says, speaking to the door. "If you want to." It closes. Sokol turns her head looking at him and then at it. The door quietly opens a second later, pushing open only a crack. I'd like that," says Seltsam. Thank you for thinking about me." Heine waves her off. "You're one of us, sorry, there's no way out now." He nods his head to the kitchen. "I'll ask Eilig, I'll leave the rest of the staff up to you," he says, nodding to Sokol. "Really?" she asks, sighing. "It's called delegation," says Heine. "Keep up the good work." Heine ducks to the side as the ice crystal shoots past him, crashing into the wall of the cellar. Lifting his eyes, he rubs the crystal flakes out of his hair and looks at Eilig. "So that's a no?" he asks. The fairy stands on the front steps of her dollhouse, her wings buzzing like an angry wasp's. "You sure are a funny guy for someone with a death wish," barks Eilig, lifting her hand again to cast another spell. "So what? You're just going to leave me here to rot by myself, huh?" she yells, another crystal of ice growing in her hands. "You stupid jerk, I should have never hoped for any better." "Eilig," says Heine, lifting his hands to explain. "I'm not moving without you. I'm here to ask you if you want to move. Calm down." She narrows her eyes. "As if I would just leave you here, give me some credit." She glares at him in silence for a time, but then lowers her hand. "Okay, I don't hate you anymore, but you're still an idiot," says the fairy. "You know that I can't leave the house." "Says who?" asks Heine. "Huh," she floats towards him. "Says me, that's who," she barks. "I'm a fairy. I'm bound to the ambient magics of where I'm born. Forever," she says, crossing her arms. "So I guess you can take your wife and move away." Eilig tilts her head, presumably looking away. "I'll just die here by myself, it's what I want anyways." Heine rolls his eyes. "Don't be a drama queen, Eilig," he says, lifting a hand to let her land on it. "I had Seltsam look into it. Because of the crazy Leylands right now, the world is drenched in ambient magic. It's coming here all the way from the south." "Yeah, so, says Heine. "That means there's enough magic outside to sustain you until we get there and set up shop," he explains. "We can make a place there for all of us, where we can all fit together without anybody getting sick." She's quiet, crossing her legs and sitting there. "And if I say no," she asks. "This is my home, I've only ever lived here." "She lived here," says Eilig, referring to his mother. "Are you going to choose your wife over me?" she asks. "If you say no," says Heine, "I'm going to put you in a jar and carry you myself all the way," he says. "I'm not choosing between either of you if I can take both of you." "Oh, now it's like this. A moment ago, you said you were asking me if I wanted to choose to move." "Correct," says Heine. "You have the choice to agree with me that we need to move for the sake of your health or to get kidnapped." She rises to her feet. "Boy, I could kill you here and now and nobody would find your body in the ice for the next week and a half." Heine shakes his head. "We're family, Eilig. Do you expect me to just sit here and let you wither away? You could always just throw your wife out and close the stupid guild." "I could," concedes Heine, nodding. "Or I could have my cake and eat it too because the last person in my family isn't being a stubborn jackass." "Says you, you stubborn jackass." "Damn right I am," says Heine. "I'm not leaving without you," he explains, placing her back onto the steps of her doll house. She sighs, standing there with her hands on her hips and staring at him for a time. "When the hell did you grow a pair of balls?" she asks. "You used to be such a whiny brat as a kid." Heine shrugs. "Hell if I know, Eilig," replies Heine. "It's not like I remember where I was as a kid." Eilig turns away. He knows that she knows, but she isn't going to tell him for her own reasons. "Fine," says Eilig after a moment. "With any luck, I'll die on the way and finally be free. So what do I care?" Heine grabs the ladder, getting ready to climb back up. "That's the spirit, thanks." Yeah, get out of my cellar," snaps the fairy, walking into her doll house and closing the door. Heine climbs up the ladder, pretending that he doesn't hear the fairy giggling and stomping her feet in secret in her house. He supposes that the prospect of being able to leave a house you've been trapped in your entire life is pretty exciting. 2 people left. Rhine, says Heine, walking into the forge. Rhine is hunched over the workbench, having started his work on his tribute for Obscura, the golden necklace of a tree. I need a chat with you. He sits down on the other chair. Rhine has been painstakingly working on this thing for months on end now. Any jeweler worth his salt would have hit him over the head for wasting man-hours on a single necklace. But Rhine is obsessed with the little thing. He's been spending hours and hours making every intricate detail by hand perfect. Any time he has made a grave mistake of some sort, he just melted the whole thing down to start all over again. This one is looking good, though. Sokol already told me, says Rhine, not lifting his head from his work. Oh, Heine rubs the back of his own head, thinking for a moment. I was hoping to catch you first, honestly, to sell the idea. Rhine looks up from his work, wiping a strand of blue hair out of his face before returning himself back down to it. I can't leave until I finish this, he says. It's really important. Heine looks at the necklace that Rhine is hoping to bargain some sort of wish for. He doesn't know what exactly the boy wants in exchange for his tribute, but it also isn't his business. It's probably something personal. I understand, says Heine. The thing is, I need to get Eilig out of here before she gets sicker, he explains. But I can't do it without you, Rhine. That is if you even want to. Rhine continues to work on the necklace for a while as the two of them sit there in silence. I guess that it sounds exciting, says Rhine, breaking the quiet. I've never moved away from the city before. Sokol says she could teach me to fight wild monsters too. He rubs his lip with the back of his thumb. But he gestures to his pile of work laid out over the table. I just really need to finish this before I can go anywhere. Heine nods, putting a hand on his shoulder. I understand. In that case, you're off the forge for the rest of the week, says Heine. Focus on your project. But what about the military? Asks Rhine. They'll cause a fuss if we don't deliver everything on schedule. To hell with them, says Heine. They couldn't keep a bunch of assassins away from our door, so the way I see it, they owe us a break. Rhine laughs, returning to his work. I don't know if they'll see it like that. Heine gets up, sliding his chair in to leave. If they don't, then I'll make them. He waves over his shoulder as he goes to find Obscura. The giant owl sits on their bed, staring at him. I want to move, says Heine. Obscura has heard with her ears that are as plentiful as her eyes. Heine blinks. She approves of wise High-Nye's desire to find a space with no frogs. I can't promise that, he says. But this place isn't working anymore for what we need. We've grown too big for this nest. Obscura hoots. It is true. The halls are full, and Obscura can hardly sleep for the pitter-patter of 10,000 feet. Right, asks Heine, looking back towards the door to their bedroom. Just on the other side, easily a dozen people are making their way through to their rooms right now. I appreciate that you're on board, says Heine, walking up to her. She transforms into her half-human form. And I appreciate that you put up with living in this place for so long. It was very charming, hoots Obscura. When it was a quiet hole for them to hide in, she clicks with her mouth. Heine nods. I have an idea about our next place, says Heine. I need some input on what's feasible here, magically speaking, she hoots, looking at him curiously. I think you'll like it. Chapter 105. Manhood. Heine lets his hand rest on the walls of the house. As far as he can recall, he had spent all of his early years here, nested between them. Then, after the incident and his currently missing memories of his later childhood, it is the place that he had returned to. These walls sheltered him, protected him, but they also hid him away from the world. This is the home his mother, the woman who had tried to sacrifice him as a baby to the owl god, but had a change of heart. It's the place she had brought him to keep him safe. It is the home that his father, a man who has no blood relation to him, had tried to raise him in, here in this unsuspecting, quiet, dumpy neighborhood. For years, the house had held many secrets, and it still guards just as many more that are yet to be revealed. But secrets of the past don't matter when you have people to take care of today. He lets his fingers slide down the old wall. Heine is still undecided if he should sell the structure or not when they move. Financially, it is probably the wise decision to make. A part of him hangs onto it, though. After all, it's the only home has ever known. Good memories were made here, albeit mostly only recently. But maybe that itself is the reason to go. Good memories can be made anywhere else, especially with the people who he has with himself. The money would be good. This house is big, and as an established guild, he'll certainly find a willing buyer ready to kick his door down to pay any price he can name. But even without the money from the sale, they already have more than enough. A part of him does get cold feet about the whole prospect of a move. There's so much involved in it. But he knows that he can't back out now. Not only has he talked too big of a game already by asking all of the others, but it just doesn't make sense to stay here for the life that he wants for them all. Heine closes his fingers and knocks against the wall once, just to let the old house know that he's decided. The house doesn't respond. After all, it would be weird if it did. But he feels like he owes it at least a heads-up of some kind. Even if it doesn't make any sense, it is what it is. "This is damn nice, Rhine," says Heine, looking at the finished necklace that Rhine has finally completed after months of work. "You did good." Golden amulet, follower of the owl god, quality high composition, gold. 99.9% impurities. 0.1% quality effects. Plus 5% soul, plus 3% to all stats. A small, handmade golden talisman in the shape of an ornate, woody tree with a flush crown. The tree and the leaves are highly detailed. Made by Rhine, the river wizard, follower of the owl god. Weight, 0. 1 kg. Durability, 2020 value, 3330 obols. Thanks, says Rhine, rubbing the back of his head. He looks tired. Heine supposes he has been working himself to the bone between the forge and the dungeoneering and then this project here. "I'm glad I finally got it done," says Rhine as he wipes a strand of hair that had come loose from his tied-up bun out of his face. "But actually," Rhine rubs his arm, "I'm kind of scared now, you know." "What do you mean?" asks Heine, putting the necklace back down. "Well, what if I dunno, what if the thing I want to ask for is stupid," says Rhine, "or if she doesn't want to do it?" "I'm sure there's a lot of leeway here," says Heine. "You worked your butt off on this, Rhine. She knows that. I'm sure that whatever your thing is, she'll do her best to get as close as she can," he says. "And if she doesn't, which isn't gonna happen anyway, I'll put a word in for you." Rhine looks at him and then nods, picking up the necklace and then tucks it into his pocket, patting it. Heine watches him get up, noticing that there's a familiar, steeled confidence in his eyes. It reminds him of the prideful look that he had when he had put out the fire in the kitchen after breaking into the house upon their first real meeting. "I know it's none of my business," starts Heine, his curiosity getting the best of him. What could Rhine possibly want to exchange this to Obscura for? New abilities, some sort of power boost, a haircut. What would have made him want to put all of this effort into this project? "Don't answer if you don't want to, but I want her to fix my mom," says Rhine, standing there with his back still turned to him. Heine blinks, staring for a moment. The forge is quiet. "Rhine," he starts, shaking his head. "She didn't used to be like that," explains Rhine quickly. "She used to be a really great person, but then," he lowers his gaze, "but then my dad died and she just changed, you know." He looks over his shoulder back towards Heine. "But if someone can change one way, they can also change back, right?" he asks with a hopeful voice, his returned vision betraying the soft dampness that was hidden beneath the aquamarine surface of his steeled eyes. Heine exhales, looking around the forge, before staring back at Rhine as he tries to think of what to say here. This isn't what he was expecting. "I don't want to stay here either. I want to go and live somewhere else with everyone too," says Rhine, his voice cracking. "But I can't just—" Rhine clears his throat and looks back forward, discreetly trying to rub his face dry. "I can't just go if she's not going to be okay." Rhine stands there, stiff as a board, his hands clenched by his side as he stares away and towards the door to the forge, paralyzed. That's not what a man would do, right? Heine walks over to him, putting a hand on his shoulder. Rhine, you listen to me, says Heine. I mean it when I say that you're the best man that I've ever known. He squeezes Rhine's shoulder, finally understanding now. Rhine, in a desperate bid to fill the void left in their family's life by his father's absence, had in the past thrown off of himself the full mantle of his own childhood, far too early, in order to adopt the title of manhood that was far too large for him to carry. This is why the full title of wizard had always been important to him. He hadn't chosen to work and to be this person out of a deep need to fuel a powerful ego that seemed inherent to the caricature of Rhine, the river wizard. That was just the veneer. It was also not because of a need to physically provide that had forced him to do so. It was simply all a desperate bid to get back something that had been lost for a long time. After all, one has to be a man in order to be a wizard. Perhaps the claim, stemming from the opposite direction, could have the same effect. Whether this is all warranted, justified, or even sensible to want or think is perhaps up for debate for the more logical minds of the world, but the heart is often hard to argue with. Rhine's throat makes an odd sound as he clenches his teeth and fist, fighting down a squeezing of his throat. I just want my mom back, admits Rhine. Heine continues to stand there, holding his shoulder as he doesn't really know how to act in this situation. Rhine turns around, hiding his face in his chest. His voice breaks as Heine feels a wetness growing on his shirt. I know, consoles Heine, placing a hand on Rhine's back. I know, he reaffirms, holding Rhine in an awkward dad hug and rubbing his back, like his own father had done for him in the now, so very distant past. Rhine cries and Heine does his best to withstand the torrential raging of the rivers that he finds himself before, as the boy lets out what he has to let out. Perhaps Heine hasn't helped this problem. For months now, Rhine has been desperately trying to prove and assert his manhood in a bid to reach this goal. But perhaps Heine shouldn't have fed this fire as much as he had. Perhaps he should have just told the boy that it is okay to be just that for a while, a boy. There is enough time left for manhood later on. He holds the crying person and lifts his gaze up towards the ceiling of the forge tower, towards the high windows, where an owl is sitting and watching in silence. Heine supposes that all of them, if they had the choice, simply want a piece of their past back, but perhaps not all of it. What an odd connection for people to share. Life is complicated very often if you are a man, a boy, an owl god, or whoever else. I know, says Heine a third time as Rhine howls. Chapter 106, Table Talks at Dinner Time and the Nurturing of Soft Waters. Closing the guild would be a real dick move, honestly, says Sokol. After we went through the trouble to shut the frogs down and become the only one left in the neighborhood. She rubs her bloodshot eyes and grabs her glass, taking a drink. Heine nods, continuing to cut his food. That's why we're not closing the guild down. We're just going to make it somebody else's problem. Moving is really exciting, isn't it? Asks Seltsam's stuttering voice from behind the bookshelf that separates their dinner table from her. Because of the sheer amount of people that run in and out of the guild all day to rest, and to eat, and to buy and sell things, it is simply impossible to get a seat at any of their own booths in the restaurant area anymore. So they have started eating in the library regularly instead, having set up a private table for them all. I've never moved before, says the librarian. I mean officially, you know. It's going to be a mountain of work, says Heine, but I think it's for the best for all of us, honestly. Yeah, says Rhine, swirling his fork around against his plate. It's really hard to sleep at night now. The hallway is always so loud. I know, right, says Seltsam. I can hear it all the way down here too. I have to lock the library doors now because people kept wandering inside. Heine looks at Sokol, who has familiar dark bags under her eyes. She seems to be suffering the same problem, especially with her very sensitive hearing. Hold on a little longer, says Heine. We'll make it work. How's the property hunt going? He asks. Sokol yawns. It's going fine. There's a lot available, actually, says the elf. It really is like we thought. A lot of people moved either here towards us or to the other cities to the west and the east where there's less going on. She sets her glass down, staring into it. Tons of empty property in the middle, but that's because it's an active war zone. No neighborhood is perfect, replies Heine. You look tired, notes Rhine, looking at Sokol. Sokol mumbles something that nobody quite seems to understand and stares at her glass. So how are we going to move all of the books? Asks Seltsam. Everyone stops eating as they look around the massive two-story library. We're taking all of the books, right? She asks. You shouldn't hold on to material wealth, jokes Heine. I'll die before I give my library, argues Seltsam. I mean the library. That's the spirit, says Heine, nodding in approval. Don't worry, Seltsam, he says. We'll get it done somehow. I guess we'll have to get a lot of boxes and a few carts. Sealed crates and covered wagons, says Seltsam. They have to be protected from the elements. Heine stares at his plate, thinking. Can't we just throw some cloth over them and call it a day? Absolutely not, says Seltsam. Books, especially old ones, are very sensitive to temperature and moisture. Don't even get me started on the ink, she says. Did you know that the ink they used for these older books is actually very acidic? Over the lifespan of a book, it'll eat through the paper, she explains. It's a real problem for old literature. Huh, says Heine. That was sort of a random diversion. But at least she's a part of the conversation. Fascinating, lies the man. Fine, we'll get it done right, says Heine. This sounds expensive, though, and that's just the books. There's still all of his forging equipment and Sokol's paperwork plus anything else they need to take. Sure, they have the money for this themselves. But, Sokol, do you think we can get the military to pay for our move? He asks. If we tell them some made-up garbage like that we're moving closer to the front to help the war effort. Sokol lays there, slumped to the side, asleep against Rhine, who is doing his best to fight against the weight of her body and not fall off of his own spot. Can't the owl god just transform and carry a bunch of stuff there by flying? Asks Rhine, fighting to stay upright in his seat. That sounds super efficient. We'd save a lot of money that way. Damn. Good idea, Rhine, says Heine, looking at Obscura, who is sitting next to him. She's nibbling greedily on the small rabbit's bone held between the sharp edges of her long talons. The owl god clicks with her mouth. Foolish worshippers, says the owl god. They ask divine Obscura to sully her beautiful talons with the dust and sweat of 1,000 boxes. I mean, like 3 or 4 maybe, says Rhine, shrugging. Obscura tilts her head, leaning in over the table and then back away from it again as she examines the room and them. She clicks with her mouth, setting the cleaned bone down onto her plate. Very well. Obscura will do this, says the owl god, pointing at Rhine. But the river boy must in turn stay where he sits now for 3 hours. What? Asks Rhine. 3, hoots Obscura. The Sokelf's rest is not to be disturbed, as I have need of her elf mind, explains the owl god. So you shall remain where you sit and act as a strong tree for her to nest on for 3 hours, and in turn, I will carry the boxes. Rhine pushes his foot against the ground to stabilize himself, sitting back straight upright and lifting Sokol up a bit again. This is her offer, says Obscura. Accept it or perish. Fine, says Rhine, but then you guys have to take over my part of the washing, he says. Sorry, Seltsam, I think I'm gonna be here for a while. That's okay, says Seltsam. It's nice to have company now and then. I'll handle it, says Heine, getting up. Dinner is about done anyway. Obscura gets up to help him stack everything together and carry it out. Good night, see everyone tomorrow, says Heine, and the two of them walk out of the back door of the library to the kitchen. What was that about? Asks Heine, looking at Obscura as the two of them wash the dishes together. I get not wanting to carry boxes by yourself so far, he says. But why that? He asks, pointing over his shoulder with his thumb. referring to the odd deal she had made with Rhine. Hutilda, hoots Obscura, carefully grabbing another plate with her talons and scrubbing it off. Foolish Heine man, says Obscura. This he is and shall forever remain, but there is nothing wrong with this truth. Heine takes the clean plate from her as she hands it over and dries it off with a dish towel. The waters of Rhine's youth flow wild. It will do him good to face a challenge to restore his pride, but also to spend time with creatures that are not the Heine man. Isn't every creature not me? Asks Heine, placing the plate down onto a stack and taking the next one that she's washed from her. Correct, hoots Obscura. There is only one Heine and there is only one Ob tilde sku tilde Ra, says the owl god. And together they make two, which makes them one, and so there are three. Makes sense to me, nods Heine, drying off the plate. She nods, scrubbing another spot on the next plate. But the river boy is alone. He is but one, surrounded by many other ones. These add up, but they do not add up to three. Are you saying that Rhine needs a girlfriend? Asks Heine. He's still too young. Obscura clicks with her mouth. Obscura says that he needs a friend, says the owl god. He has found this in Heine, but Heine is Obscura's alone, so he instead must become friends with the sock elf. You know that people can have more than one friend, right? Asks Heine. Are you jealous of me spending time with Rhine? It is not the same, says Obscura. You are good. But you cannot be a friend in the way that is needed for him to grow free and nourished. What do you mean? Asks Heine. We get along great. You do, says Obscura. But to the river you are the sea, she shakes her head. The bond is a strong one, but it is not what is required for the health of the waters, Heine thinks. You think so? Obscura nods. Heine makes a fine father, says the owl god. He will raise strong and proud children with her, says Obscura. But Rhine needs a friend too, not just a father. I guess that makes sense, concedes Heine. Rhine isn't in school anymore, after all. He doesn't have any peers of any kind. He's just working all day, and when he's not working, he's hanging out with Heine or sleeping or spending time with Sokol in the dungeon. But what does this have to do with Sokol? Asks Heine. I think they get along great, but she's too old for them to be schoolyard friends. But not old enough to be a sister friend, says Obscura. And the strange bookwoman will offer the same. She shakes off the next plate, holding it out towards him. Heine grabs it and the two of them hold onto it together. Childhood should not be spent alone, she says, and the two of them stare at one another for a time. So what do you think about Rhine's wish? Asks Heine, breaking the silence. She clicks with her mouth. It is trouble, says Obscura. I had hoped that he would ask for help finding a future mate amongst the many guests in our home, or for pretty coins and baubles, or perhaps even for a river in his room. I can do a great many things, says the owl god. But I thought so, replies Heine, reading the room. He sighs and dries off the plate. There are options, but we should not, says Obscura. I am powerful now, so there is great magic available to me, but it would not be true. She is likely referring to the pseudo-mind control that the big frog had used on him to convince him that his alternate dream life was real. Being strong enough now, she could use a similar magic on Rhine's mother to alter whatever happened in her past, but this is morally dubious at best. It isn't something that an owl should do. This is frog territory. So what are you going to tell him? Asks Heine. The truth, says the owl god. Lies has 4 letters. It is for the dirty frogs. Heine nods, setting down the next plate onto the stack. He hopes that this won't be a loaded issue. Hell, after what happened, he isn't even sure if Rhine wants that wish anymore. He lifts his gaze towards the ceiling, staring at it as he thinks about what he would have done in the same position. Something pokes his chest. He looks down at the spoon, waiting to be dried off, and gets back to work. Want to go for a walk tonight? Asks Heine. If we're moving, we might not get many more chances to walk around the area. Obscura nods again. We will return to the park, yes, she asks. With the very big tree, she asks. I guess you're excited about the idea, says Heine. She hoots, whistling at the same time. It makes sense, he supposes. Living in a tree is going to be a big adjustment for all of them, but it's going to be a big tree, a very big tree, so they'll make it work somehow. A god's magic can do a lot of things after all. Some of them aren't morally dubious, they're just strange. But that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Heine pinches the owl god and she hoots in surprise, turning her head around to bite him. Chapter 107. Frozen blood drips through small veins. It smells of owls. Heine exhales, watching his breath leave his body as he stands down in the ice cellar. The damp vapors loosely drift towards the ceiling, the disturbed frozen constructs around himself crackling from the weight and the heat of his body. "Go away," says Eilig from inside of her doll house before he has the chance to say a word. Heine rolls his eyes, walking towards the small home. "Is there ever going to be a day when it's, oh, hi, I missed you. Let's talk about fun things and have a cup of tea together or something like that?" he asks, leaning down towards the window. "Cut me a break, will you, Eilig?" He looks around the dollhouse. It's dark inside. Usually the interior is lit up by a series of ridiculously small lanterns that he had paid an extravagant sum of money for, while also receiving a lot of very odd looks from the craftsmen. "Probably not." He tilts his head. "That's an unusually tame response for you," he notes, peeking in through the windows. "Are you okay? You seem a little unenergetic today." "Just tired, go away." Heine sighs, rubbing the back of his head. "I know you're not feeling so well these days, Eilig. But at least let me check in on you." She sighs, but doesn't reply. He can hear a tired shuffling from the other side of the tiny door as she walks through her home. There isn't a buzzing of wings or a theatrical stamping or knocking. It just sounds like she's dragging herself through the house. "We're about done setting up the move," says Heine. "Sokol found a good property, cheap. We're gonna build something new there, something bigger." He looks around the small ice cellar. "I'm hiring an architect from the Magic Academy here to set up some stuff about magical ley lines or whatever," says Heine. "I don't understand it, but Sokol told me that they can make it so it's not a problem for you there." Eilig sighs. Heine nods, looking back at the dollhouse. "Don't worry. We're taking your dollhouse. Obviously, and Cladit can't leave the city because of her brother, so we're probably not selling the old house," says Heine. "We'll make her the manager of the guild and let her run it for us while we're gone." "Whatever," says the voice from the other side of the door. Heine stares at it and says nothing. Eilig says nothing. "I'm not leaving till I see that your arms aren't falling off or anything, Eilig." She sighs again, this time noticeably longer and with more emphasis on letting him know that she's annoyed. "Yeah, I know," replies Heine, "but that's life." "I don't want to, please," he asks. "You can't expect me to work all day while worrying about you." "I'm fine, get out of my cellar already, would you?" she asks. "You smell like owls." Heine rolls his eyes. "Everything smells like owls in this house, Eilig. It's just what it is. Me, you, Rhine, everybody." "And why are you smelling people, weirdo?" "I'm not," says Heine, tapping against the tiny front door with a finger. "But it's unavoidable, honestly. It's like living in a stall, it just smells like." He leans back, scratching his head for a moment as the word escapes him for a specific animal that lives in stalls. "Ankas," says Heine, remembering. He hits his fist into his open palm. There's a small buzz and it's quiet for a time longer. "Fine," says Eilig. "But don't say that I didn't warn you." "Warn me about what?" asks Heine, watching as the door opens. Standing inside of it is a small, unblurred figure, shaped like any other person in the world barring the scale of her gestalt. Her hair is an off-white tone, similar to the blue of Rhine's, but if it had frozen over in the depths of a long winter. It's pulled back into a tight, long braid, but many strands escape it in eye-length long bangs on the side of her face that are pinned up with a tiny charm, the shape of a water lily. She's sickly pale like a drowned ghost, lost in the frozen wastes. The small dress, a muted frosty blue with trims of fluff, clings to her bony figure like a burial shroud that was far too large for its corpse. Two long moth-like wings protrude from her back. The magic that obscures her figure to all of those who don't have a special gift that allows them to see creatures such as fairies clearly seems to have lost its effect. "There, happy now?" she asks. "Then get out of my cellar." "Eilig," says Heine, leaning down to look at her. "What the hell?" he asks. "Why can I see you? Are you always this bony?" He examines her sickly-looking body. "I'll get you some food." "Shut up," says Eilig, crossing her arms and looking away. "I don't have an appetite, okay?" "Even Rhine has more meat on him than you do, Eilig," says Heine. "I would have said I've seen orphans who look healthier, but I guess I haven't. Wow, thanks, bye." She turns her head to the side to stare down at the ground. "Asshole." Heine blinks, rubbing the back of his head. "Sorry," he says. "I came here because I was worried, and now I'm even more worried." "See," she asks. "A lot of good it did for you to insist on wasting my time. Now both of us are uncomfortable. Good job, Dick." The two of them stand there in awkward silence for a while. After a moment more, she turns her head to look back towards him. "Why are you staring at me? Can't a man at least try to understand what his own sister looks like if he's never seen her before?" asks Heine. "Not without coming off as a freakish weirdo." "No," replies Eilig, lifting an eyebrow. Heine shrugs. "I mean at this point. Look, it's fucked. Everything is fucked, okay?" says Eilig. She points at the ice. "I'm losing control over my magic. The ice is doing all sorts of stuff that I don't want it to," explains the fairy. "I don't want to eat, and I haven't put on a clean dress in 3 days, I think." "That seems about right." "You know how when a cat is ready to die, it wanders off by itself to find a comfortable spot?" she asks. "That's me. This is my comfortable spot." "Tough shit," says Heine. "You're going to have to live a while longer, and you're going to have to like it." "You can't make me enjoy life," she yells, turning his way. "That's where you're wrong," replies Heine. "If I have to find some obscure god from the back-ass end of the world to shrink me down so I can go in there and tear you out of that dollhouse, I will," warns Heine. Her wings buzz. "Seltsam called me an asshole once because, yeah, that was a good call." Heine clears his throat. "Because I told her that this was her home, but I was still acting like it was mine alone the whole time," says Heine. "Guess what?" he asks, leaning down towards her. "What?" "You can't say that we're family and then try to fuck off before I can make this work." "Asshole," says Heine, lifting a finger and prodding her. She grabs his digit with both of her hands and then bites it. It doesn't really hurt. Heine lifts an eyebrow. "Really?" Eilig looks back towards him. "It felt like the right thing to do." "Do siblings bite each other?" asks Heine. "Hell if I know," replies Eilig, pushing his hand away. "I guess we really are past that at this point, though." "Yeah." It's quiet. "So?" asks Heine. Eilig tisks and turns around, turning her back to him. She stands there for a moment. "Bring me some candy, boy." "Really?" asks Heine again. "Next time I'm biting your eyes, candy. Aren't you supposed to be the older one?" he asks. "How about I get some food? How about I freeze your ass to the ceiling, shithead?" she snaps. "Candy," Heine nods. She seems to be back in spirits. If he needs to get some candy for that, then this seems like a small price to pay. He straightens himself back up, turning to leave. "I like your hair, by the way," he says, waving a hand over his shoulder as he heads to the ladder. A tiny door closes behind him, not slamming, it just closes. "I can still have my own room, right?" asks Rhine, pointing at a room. "Actually, can I have a bigger room?" Sokol plants a hand against his face, pushing him back and away from the plan they're sketching. "Whoa there. If anyone needs a bigger room, it's me," says the elf. She takes her pen and scratches through Rhine's claimed room, moving a section of his wall away and claiming the lost space for herself. "Huh," snaps Rhine. He grabs her wrist and pulls it to the side to get back to the table. "As if," he says, "just because you're gaining weight doesn't mean you need more space." "Look who's talking," says Sokol, pushing against him. Rhine pushes back. The two of them seem to be matched in strength these days. Heine nods, proud of Rhine. He's gotten a lot stronger over these months. "Good spirit, Rhine," says Heine, looking down at the plan. "If you want something in life, you have to fight people like Sokol so that they don't take it from you." He looks down over the plans. The house will be a little bigger than this one, but most importantly, it will simply be crafted to a much higher standard of efficiency. This old place has its charms because of its age and the quirks that those bring. But it does cause a lot of problems too, even after all of the renovations. The bones of the house only allow for so much to be done with it. They're a limiter for potential. Heine looks down at the plan, running along its corridors with a finger. His other hand holds Obscura's. And given the weapons that he wants to make with monster parts and with plunder from the war, it seems like it's time for them to raise their metaphorical ceiling a little higher. Chapter 108. The door closes forever, but a new door opens as creeping winds pry it ajar. You know, I've never left the city before, says Heine, looking down at his reflection in the river. Apart from the forest and stuff and I guess when I was kidnapped as a baby. But other than that, we used to take trips a lot when I was really young, replies Rhine. But I honestly don't remember where all of those places were. The two of them lift their gazes towards Sokol, who turns back their way and shrugs, sensing the question to come. I've been here and there. What's it to you? Heine rolls his eyes, continuing on with their walk. Not everything is an interrogation, Sokol. Doesn't mean that information can't be used against you later, explains the elf. Never tell people anything extra for free. Says Heine. I'm sure the frogs will be thrilled to hear about my lack of worldliness. Heine shakes his head. Maybe they'll even use it against me if I told them what color my underwear is. Sokol continues on, striding down the road with her hands in her pockets. Rhine runs after her. You say that, but you'll be singing a different tune when you're strapped to a chair and being whipped with a spiked chain. Rhine lifts a hand. I thought we were supposed to tie kidnapped people to sturdy things like altars and heavy tables, Sokol, he asks, to stop them from fidgeting. Sokol stops, turning to look over her shoulder. The elf plants a hand on Rhine's shoulder. I'm so proud of you right now, you have no idea. Rhine beams, his face aglow. Sokol, warns Heine, stop teaching Rhine to act like a suspicious cultist. He looks at Rhine. Rhine, don't listen to Sokol. We don't kidnap people, and when we do, it's only a temporary circumstance. We don't need an altar to tie them onto. Chairs are fine. It is true, hoots Obscura. Obscura will not need long to devour an imprisoned morsel. Heine grabs her hand as they keep walking. We don't eat prisoners. See, says Sokol. This is why I think you don't have what it takes to survive in the South. She looks at Rhine. Never let a prisoner go without at least considering eating them, Rhine. Rhine nods. Okay, Heine sighs. Sometimes I really am unsure if you people are being serious or not, he says, looking back towards Sokol and Rhine, who seem fairly amused. His gaze wanders back to Obscura, who has a more serious expression, as she clicks and hisses in excited thought. No, she hoots in protest. Heine stows the ingots into a crate, taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his forehead as his eyes wander around the forge. It's a room he had perhaps spent the most time in out of any room in the house. Hell, it's probably the place he has spent most of his life that he can remember, now that he thinks about it. Weaponsmith Heine, asks a man's voice. Heine turns to the side, looking at a soldier standing in the doorway. The soldier has some bureaucratic papers in his hands and a just as tedious expression painted on his face. Yup, replies Heine. The soldier nods. Your transfer to the Central Regions has been approved, on the conditions agreed upon by your secretary. Heine has no idea what deal Sokol made with them, but it's probably reasonable enough. Sounds good, says Heine. We're starting to pack up now, and we still need to organize a cart for some things. The soldier scribbles into his paperwork. That won't be necessary. Your work is needed immediately, so we can't afford to wait several weeks for your deliveries, even with the shorter times to bring items to the front. He looks around the tower and then taps against his paperwork with his pen. The move is starting now. Please pack your things. Heine blinks. Huh. Heine stands downstairs, watching as soldiers run around the house, packing up whatever Sokol points out to them to take. "Listen, Clade," says Heine, pulling the waitress to the side. "You're in charge of this place. Don't let it burn down, okay?" "I'll do my best," replies Clade. Is it okay if I let my brother live here? It'll really save a lot on his tuition." "Hell if I care," says Heine. He digs into his pocket, pulling out a key and then lays it into her hand. "It's your problem now. Do what you need to do," he says, nodding to her. "We expect a report once a month. Sokol should have already talked to you about the details." Clade nods, taking the key. "Sorry about that time we kidnapped you." "It's fine," she says, shaking her head. "Sorry about the whole owl thing." Heine nods. "Don't get caught up in any politics, okay?" he asks. "Just run the business and don't give Avarice a foot in the door if he comes by. I'm sure he'll be here any minute to try and pull out some deal now that Sokol is leaving." "It was fun working with you," says Clade. "I won't let you down." Heine nods, turning to continue packing. "Oh, and the door upstairs in the attic," he says, shaking his hand. "You have to jiggle it or it gets stuck." She looks at him curiously and then nods. With that he nods back, content that everything is settled. Clade and the two cooks, Lutz and Leicht, will be staying here. Heine stops, realizing that something is bothering him. He looks around the room, sensing that he's forgotten something or someone. Ah, hell. He looks at the ever-quiet doorman, Erik, who is standing by the door with crossed arms. Heine swears that he just doesn't even see the man anymore. Every day he just stands there quietly, leaning against the wall. He's like an expensive Kotrack you brought home and then never used because you just throw your jacket over a chair instead, just fading away into the back of one's vision and mind forever. "Erik, are you staying here or are you coming with us?" asks Heine. "I serve the owl god," replies Erik. "Good man." Heine pats him on his shoulder. "Come on, help me get these boxes ready." The night hangs heavily over the city. Windows are aglow with the light of many lanterns, revealing the prosperity hidden in the rooms behind their facades. Heine sits down on the cart, looking around. A hooded, obscured figure climbs in. She's dressed like a priestess of sorts in an ornate get-up. She stands in the middle of the cart and begins affixing something to the center pole in the middle of it. Heine gets up and helps Seltsam attach the fairy house. "All good?" he asks, fastening it as she holds it up into the air. I'm a little nervous, haha," says Seltsam, laughing far too loudly and awkwardly. A window slams shut across the street. "Sorry, I lost control of my voice for a moment." Heine nods. "It's my first time moving too," he says, realizing that she's probably far more terrified about being outside in any manner in plain sight than the move itself. But it seems like it's best not to bring it up. He looks into the fairy house. Eilig is laying in bed, her back turned to the window. Although he assumes she's awake, giving the buzzing of her wings. "Fairies like it when their homes are up in the air," explains Seltsam, letting go. The chain pulls taut and the dollhouse swings freely in the air, suspended from the beam. "I think it's an anti-predation instinct. It's very interesting." Heine shrugs. "Guess so." He looks around. Rhine climbs into the cart, carrying a load of tools and blueprints from the forge. Sokol jumps in after him, a bag on her back that is presumably full of old ledgers and such things. "So, are we ready to go?" asks Heine, leaning out of the cart and looking up towards the sky where a massive shadow looms in the air. He waves to Obscura, who has several crates clutched in her talons. "All set," says Rhine. Sokol nods, sitting down, nudging Seltsam with her elbow. Seltsam yelps, lowering her head to hide herself in the overly large hood. "Good look, Selty." "Thank you," yells Seltsam, gripping the edge of the bench. Eilig opens her window. "Stop talking to my friend Long Ears," snaps the fairy. "You're not invisible anymore, Eilig," says Sokol. "Put on some clothes." "Die in a hole," barks Eilig, pointing at Sokol. "Work hours are over." She slams the window back shut. Heine sighs, shaking his head. "Glad to see everyone's in good spirits," he says, and then knocks on the front. The driver whips the reins and the cart starts moving. Heine stands at the back, holding on and staring out down the street as they begin to ride down it. The vision of the house fades from his sight. The house that he had spent just about every single memory of his that he has in vanishes piece by piece, becoming obscured in the night like an old memory becoming forgotten over the course of years. Little by little, it washes away into darkness. The carriage rattles as they ride down the street that he had walked down so many times. Heine notices that he doesn't really feel sad. His head turns around to look at the others. Rhine and Sokol are fighting over space on the bench, squishing against each other, which is resulting in Seltsam suffering as Rhine presses Sokol back against her. Eilig, meanwhile, is buzzing around, pestering Sokol for annoying Seltsam. A shadow flies over his head. He's excited about this. This whole process over these last few months, since that fateful winter, has been a stage of development in his life. This city, this house, it was a safe, secure shelter, an egg. But it's time to break free from that now. He's excited about living a new life, ideally free of the problems of frogs and owls and such things. But he expects that there will be entirely new problems in exchange. He leans to the side, dodging an icicle that he had seen coming. It'll probably be fine. Best not to worry about it. Chapter 109. The road is long and it will take us more than 3 days to traverse it. In some instances, Heine has found it hard to let go of the past. This was the case during his initial anxieties about entering this new stage of life, together with these people that he finds himself surrounded by. It was the case during his stubbornness in opening his house to others, and then to admit that it was theirs as much as his own. But this thing, this new thing, this move, it feels right. The wheels of the carriage rattle as it moves down the wide, stone roads that lead towards the south. Everyone is asleep, leaned sideways against the cart or over each other, wobbling as the carriage rides over an odd bump now and then. Heine wonders why none of them wake up, but then he removes that question from his mind. It's because they feel safe. Sleeping out here on a moving carriage is no different than doing so behind 4 walls in a house. The context matters, and in this context, what matters is the people, and they're all here. The walls of community are stronger and sturdier than any walls of wood or stone. Heine stands in the back, holding on to the edge of the cart. He's not tired and not really ready to sleep yet. Instead, he stands there, watching the night that trails on behind them. The lights of the city had become invisible many hours ago, and out here, out in the depths of nature, darkness is resolute. When it is dark in the city, there are still lights and shadows. Glows from lanterns and pinpricks of magical spells being cast by drunkards and the shine of many hearths and flames. But when it is dark out here, there is just nothing. Heine stares at the darkness, at the nothingness. He had never realized how much nothing there could be in one place. The only thing worth looking at are the stars. It's crazy how bright they are out here in contrast to how bright they appeared in the city. Because of the absolute darkness of the wilderness, the intensity of their dotted light is so much greater, so much brighter. They feel like 100 eyes, and then some odd few hundred more that belong to a clutch of great spiders, all gazing down upon the world with jewel pupils. Or maybe the exhaustion and excitement of this new step of life is making him a little overly poetic. Heine sighs and sits down on the bench, leaning back against the wooden wall behind himself as the carriage rattles on, rolling through the night. A day passes. The carriage has stopped at a meadow for the Ankas to rest and to be allowed to drink from a stream nearby. Heine lays down on the grass, staring up towards the blue sky. He had thought that being out here, out in the open, would bother him somewhat. After all, he had lived his entire life in the closed confines of the city. But honestly, all of this open space feels good. It feels refreshing to be away from the city air, from the smoke and the people and the noise. It's just quiet out here in the middle. The city to the north might be a chaotic and thriving hub, and to the far south, there might be a brutal, violent war raging. But right here, in the middle away from both of those things, it is peaceful. He wouldn't mind setting up right here, actually. But Sokol already had the property paid for, so it would be a waste. They might as well keep going. Besides, maybe it's nice down there too. A shadow looms over his head, cruising down towards the grasses. Heine watches as the giant owl obscures the sun for a moment as she careens down towards him, before swooping and making a graceful landing down next to him, transforming at the same time into her humanish form. "Hey, missed you," says Heine, laying an arm out to the side. Obscura lays down in the same movement as her landing, looking at him and then up to the same sky that he stares at. "I missed you too," hoots Obscura, holding his hand as they gaze at odd clouds. "The middle city is very lively," says the owl god. Heine sighs. "Thousands of little feet scamper and trod the roads towards the north towards us." "Really?" asks Heine. "I guess people are still trying to get away from the war," he says. "Did you look at the property? How is it?" She nods, the back of her head rubbing against the grass. Obscura chose her Heine well, who chose the sock elf, who chose the land. The owl god hoots, her chest puffing out. "Why's Obscura?" Heine raises an eyebrow. "Yeah, good job," he says, letting her have the moment despite it perhaps being unearned. They lay there for a time, just waiting for everything to be ready so they can keep moving. He rolls his head to the side, looking her way, and catches her doing the same. The two of them hoot, but instead of quickly looking away as they might have done in younger times, simply stare at the new thing to see that is far more interesting to them than any clouds in the sky, no matter what shape they might take. It is another day. The carriage rolls on and rain pours down all around them. As they travel, Heine notices how many more other people they begin to see. Travelers and merchants and carriages and even full caravans of people all pass them by. But all of them, despite their varying ability to travel by carriage or by foot, are all heading away from the direction that they're moving towards. The rain apparently doesn't bother them as much as what they want to get away from. Heine shrugs. "It's probably fine. People often tend to have dramatic reactions to situations like this." "Surprised that nobody is trying to assassinate us," says Sokol. Heine sets down the card in his hand, looking at her. "What a strangely random thing to say," he says. 3. Sokol rolls her eyes, looking in her hands for a matching card. "I'm just saying, if I was an assassin, which I'm not, then I would have used this chance to go after us," she says. "We're out in the open, no walls, just a few guards near to the border. It's an easy mark." Sokol lays down a card. Rhine takes his turn. "I mean, it's not like they know we're moving, right?" he asks. "They can't be watching us all the time." "You have a lot to learn," replies Sokol. "They went through the effort of traveling hundreds of kilometers to stage a massive distraction on a suicide mission just to try and kill him," she explains, pointing at Heine. "They aren't just watching us day and night, they're listening to us and probably smelling us too." Rhine rubs his lip with the back of his thumb. So, starts Sokol. "If they're not trying to snatch us on the road, they're gonna try to snatch us when we get there. So, it's a trap." "The first trap was paying property taxes," says Sokol. "This is the next trap, though." "Wait, what's wrong with property taxes?" asks Rhine, looking at them. "You guys are always awfully distrustful of government systems," he notes. "They're there for a reason." "The reasons are gold-plated," says Sokol, waving him off. "If the gods made the land, then why am I paying some noble to live on it?" she asks. "Instead of just giving the money to whatever god made it." Exactly," says Sokol. "The game's rigged." She pulls out another card and Tusk, seeing it. "Should you be talking about things like this in a caravan of soldiers?" asks Rhine, looking around them at the few guards walking alongside the carriage. He lowers his voice. "It sounds very subversive." "It sounds very subversive," mimics Sokol in a high-pitched tone. Heine clears his throat. "Maybe we should get back to the topic at hand," he suggests. He looks towards Obscura. Did you see anything weird at the property? Owl God shakes her head. I saw nothing that I did not expect to see. What are the chances that we got moved to the unimportant list? Asks Heine, looking back towards Sokol. Maybe the war is going bad for them and they need to focus. Boy, do I have some news for you, replies Sokol. They're winning. They're what? Sokol nods. The forest hasn't lost a bit of land, barring some stupid hills that nobody cares about. Defender's advantage is a big thing down in the south because of the density. Wait, then where the hell is the front line? Asks Heine. Sokol points with her thumb out of the back of the carriage. About 20 minutes back that way. Heine blinks, setting down his cards. He gets up and walks to the back of the carriage, grabbing out and leaning to the side as he looks on ahead of them. On the distant horizon sits a city with an ocean of emerald green far beyond it, stretching for as far as the eye can see. Fires and smoke rage in clusters in the distance. Broken siege weapons lay scattered on the road. Hey, says Rhine, getting up and running next to him. He grabs Heine's sleeve and pulls on it as he points at a heap of wood stuck in the road. Isn't that one of our ballista arrows? He asks. Heine looks at it, sure that Rhine's right. Well, hell, the sounds of screams and skirmishes come into earshot, ringing out from the distance as the carriage moves towards the burning ruins of a besieged city. Chapter 110. There's something in the air despite the oddness of the scenery present all around himself. Heine finds himself simply standing there, taking a sip of his drink as he admires this new view. People scream off to the side, their horrified voices carrying through the flames that engulf the deep forest. Fresh morning air reaches his face, cusping the strands of his long, unwashed hair. There hasn't really been time for him to clean up yet, as they're still in the middle of their move. He hasn't really slept either, as he's been busy carrying boxes around all night. The tired man exhales, rolling his shoulders back and letting them pop as he relaxes. A group of priests runs by, carrying a stretcher on which lays a screaming man missing a leg. Heine calmly sips his tea. This is going to be good. The sun rises in the distance, cresting over the long, endless forest that he looks out over from the ever-so-slight hill, which he now stands upon. This is the property that they had purchased. Apparently, whoever had owned it before had held onto it for a long time in the hopes of developing it further, once the city really started to boom. All signs had indicated that this would be the case sooner rather than later. But that was before the war broke out. Now it's just an empty little hill, surrounded by the houses of the city, which lays partially in flames. It's a real up-and-coming neighborhood, huh? Asks Sokol. A boulder hurtles through the air, doused in burning oil. It crashes down into the city, crushing a house flat off towards the southeast. Well, at least the crime rate is low, remarks Heine. That'll happen when you have no criminals left alive, replies Sokol. Heine nods. The system works. He looks around the space around themselves. The military escort had essentially just dropped them off here. A group of workers and engineers is scheduled to show up soon enough to help get a forge established and running. So until they arrive, he has nothing to do, as there is no storage space of any kind to unpack all of their things into. He turns his head, looking at Rhine, who is slumped over some crates and sleeping there as is. It could be worse. At least here there's something to do and to watch here, closer to the south. That old city and neighborhood were both nice, but he feels like he's simply outgrown them both after all of these years. A screeching harpy flies through air, shooting out of the forest and carrying a flailing man in its talons up towards the sky. Heine sips his tea. A tree? Asks the military engineer, looking down at the papers and then towards his colleagues, who shrug in response. He turns back towards Heine. Rhine takes the plans, pointing at them to make it clear. It says tree right here, he explains, pointing at the very well-drawn blueprint of a tree. Yes, but, the engineer leans in. You know we can't make trees, right? He looks at Heine. Are you folks all right? He asks, tilting his head. Besides, I thought this was supposed to be a smithing operation. Weaponsmithing, notes Heine. Important distinction. Sure, but you see what I'm getting at here, right? Asks the engineer. Heine lifts a hand. Don't worry about the tree. We'll handle it, he explains. What I want from you and your crew is to help me get a forge set up in the meantime. The exterior building. A voice calls in from the side. Don't forget the library, calls Seltsam. We need to get the books sheltered. A what? Asks the engineer. A library. You heard her, replies Heine. A library too. The engineer rubs his face, groaning. Stubble and exhaustion are clear to see on his half-vacant expression. The man has likely been up for days as well. This seems like a really low-priority job, remarks the engineer, looking at his team, who are slumped down just as exhausted as he is. We were building a bridge yesterday to cross a river that couldn't flow anymore because it was so full of corpses. There wasn't even water left. It was just bodies, he says. And you want us to build a library now? Really? Yup, replies Heine without missing a beat. He points at the plans. Just set it over there, he explains. The forge we'll need here, closer to the road, so it's easier to manage material deliveries. I'm really not sure if this is a good use of our time, remarks the engineer. That's not your problem, remarks Heine. Your job is to build stuff, so let's get to it, he remarks. Orders are orders. The engineers sigh a collective sigh, rising to their feet to set to their work, whatever that might entail. Heine nods. This was a productive, helpful conversation for all parties involved. Heine wanders the streets of the new city. It is later in the day and the war effort rages on as violently as ever. He sips his drink, wandering the roads. Oh hey, says Heine, pointing to the building on a corner. The window is smashed in. There's a baker here. Nice, says Rhine, looking at the building that hasn't caught fire yet. I liked having a bakery so close by in the other city. It made getting breakfast really easy all the time. Heine nods, stepping over a twisted chunk of metal that was presumably a helmet once. It's important to appreciate the little things in life. I think the city hall is down this way, notes Sokol, pointing off towards the left down a road. They find themselves at a central crossing with a large fountain in the middle of itself. Heine follows her finger, pointing down a street that is lined with houses, the fronts of which have entirely caved in from above, as if a giant monster had crawled down the road, crushing them inadvertently during its passing. That's good, he replies. It'll make the paperwork easier to manage if it's close by. Sokol nods in content agreement as they keep walking. Hey, asks Rhine, do you guys think this is all kind of dark? Dark, asks Sokol. What are you talking about, twerp? She lifts a hand, getting ready to flick his forehead. Rhine quickly pulls his head to the side, avoiding her attack. I dunno, he replies. They step over a skeleton melted clean of its clothes, flesh and musculature by some powerful magic, presumably. Just dark, you know. Sokol shrugs, Heine nods. Seems fine to me. You're probably just being dramatic, notes Sokol. Rhine rubs his lip with the back of his thumb. Yeah, I guess you guys are probably right, he relents. I think I'm still kind of excited. I've never really moved like this before, so you know, he shrugs. Heine places a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it, Rhine, he consoles. It's weird for all of us, but we'll make it work. Sokol kicks a torn, burnt teddy bear to the side into a heap of smoldering ashes. Yeah, thanks, replies Rhine. I guess I'm just worrying for no reason. Heine nods, looking around the burning city. Yup, this is good. It is later in the day, the full morning and afternoon both having come to pass. Heine stands on their new property, looking into a small dollhouse that sits nested from the elements between a stack of wooden crates. Hey, Eilig, he says, knocking on the tiny door with his finger. How are you feeling? Eilig shuffles around inside of the dollhouse. He can hear her walking to the door. A moment later, she opens it and stares at him. Then she slams the door shut again. I'm fine, get lost. Heine nods, content with that answer. If she was feeling unwell, she wouldn't be snarky. So this returning attitude of hers is a good sign, all things considered. It is the next day. The construction on the new house has begun, the workmen having marked out the rooms on the grassy hill. They've now begun leveling it enough for a structure to be set up. "What the hell is this?" asks Heine, looking at what can only be described as a sack of meat. Sokol slaps the suspiciously wet burlap sack. It lets out an odd squelching noise, dark red droplets running down out through its porous exterior. "This here?" she asks. She grabs the drawstrings and pulls it open. "This here is Greta monster goo," replies the elf. Severed claws and talons fall out of the sack, down onto the ground. All of them are still attached to paws and hands and things that could only best be described as fingers. "You wanted to use monster parts to make some new weapons," explains Sokol, bending down and picking up a long, curved talon that still is attached to a foot of some kind. "So, here you go. I took the initiative and put in some orders to get us started." "I mean," Heine tilts his head, "you're not wrong in your thinking, but couldn't you at least order ones that aren't so chunky?" Drake talon whelp. Quality normal quality affects none a bloody severed talon that once belonged to a growing drake whelp. Old meat still hangs to the black razor-sharp growth. Weight 0, 1 kg value 12 obols. Sokol pokes him with the severed foot. "Listen, either we buy the chunky ones at a good price or we pay out the ass to have some homeless person clean off the meat for us." Heine sighs. "Okay, fine, fair enough," he says. "I guess we can just, I dunno, scrape it off." "Why not just let nature take care of it?" asks Rhine. Heine looks his way. "We can just put them out in the forest or in a river or something. After a few days, the meat will be gone, but the bones and stuff like that will still be there." Sokol points over her shoulder, towards the forest that is covered in a sheet of ice, as some caster had gone out of their way to fire off a particularly powerful spell. Heine isn't sure, but that might even be from one of his own magically crafted skulls. "You mean that forest?" she asks. "Sounds like a great way to lose our merchandise. Why not just build a kind of drying tower?" asks Seltsam's voice from the side as she joins in on the conversation. The hooded, robed librarian peeks around a stack of crates. "We need a tower for the forge's chimney anyway, right?" Seltsam lifts a finger as she explains. "Then why not add a section to the exterior for stuff like that to the outside? Then birds and insects can gnaw off all of the extra parts." Heine rubs his chin. "I dunno, that sounds like it would take a long time." "Oh, not at all," replies Seltsam. "Down here close to the south the animals can get voracious, especially the bugs. I bet you that in a day or two anything you put out there will be picked clean." Heine thinks about it and then nods, looking over towards the chief engineer. "Hey," he calls over to get the man's attention. "We need a revision on the forge," explains Heine, receiving an annoyed look. "Don't worry," he says to try and calm the man. "This is strictly to help the military and not for anything else." That might be a half-lie, of course, at best a third of a full lie, but they don't need to know that. It's not every day you get a house built for you, so he might as well make the most of it. Night has come, looming heavily over the end of one of their first days in the region. Heine lays on his back, the owl god next to him as they stare up towards the sky. "So, what do you think?" asks Heine. The night is quiet. The war seems to slow down around night time. It isn't so much because people can't see in the dark and therefore can't fight as well. Rather, according to Sokol and Seltsam, it's because down here near the deep forests, there are things that skulk the night. It's too dangerous to leave the lights of fires and camps, even during a full-scale war. In the dark forests, there are simply too many hungry things that gnaw and bite and claw and pull people into the screaming darkness. "It is a welcome change," hoots the owl god. Heine nods, looking up towards the heavy sky, full of 1,000 and then some shining stars. "This move was a good idea. This is going to be great." The two of them hold hands and watch the sky, observing what they assume is a shooting star fly past. But it's really just a red dragon carrying away a carriage full of people. Chapter 111. A craftsman's pride is tickled by pointy bird feet. but not like that. Goblin tooth. Quality normal quality affects non-goblin affinity. Nature dark a jagged, gnarled tooth that once belonged to a goblin. It now belongs to you. Weight. 0.1 kg value. 4 obols Heine looks at the little goblin tooth that he is holding between his fingers. It's a sharp canine tooth from one of the little green monsters. Goblins are common things that roam the forests of the deep south. So hundreds if not thousands of them have been caught in the crossfire of the war thus far. While they are akin to something human, they're not classified as anything close to being regarded as such. They're just monsters like any other. So, Rhine looks at him. How are we going to make a weapon out of that? He asks, looking at the tiny tooth. We're not, replies Heine, setting the tooth down onto an anvil. The forge is currently still under construction, as is everything else related to this new project of theirs. So at the moment, the two of them are working outside. He had set up a makeshift pavilion of sorts, using his carpentry abilities, and they had unloaded all of their simple equipment here beneath it, so they could start their work. Heine grabs a large, flat hammer and smashes it down over the tooth, crumbling it into tiny pieces that he then swipes off into a bowl. The man bends down, picking up a small, rattling sack and sets it down, opening it up to show Rhine the contents. Hundreds of teeth fill the bag, stained with various shades of yellow, presumably harvested from just as many hundreds of goblins. We're going to be using these, he explains. All of them. Oh, says Rhine, staring for a moment. Do you think this is kind of dark, though? I wouldn't worry about it, replies Heine, setting some other teeth down onto the anvil. It's like we said the other day, Rhine, says the man. We're all just excited about the move. It's a big change to our lifestyles. Yeah, you're probably right, concedes Rhine. So. He bends down, picking up the bowl with what can only be described as tooth powder in it. We're making a paste out of this and then using that to make weapons. Exactly, replies Heine. Rhine tilts his head. Do you think this can work? He asks, looking at the powder. He grabs a pinch of it, crumbling it. I don't know if bones and teeth aren't super brittle if you make goo out of them, Heine nods. We'll use some sort of base material, he explains. Some neutral blend of steel, and then we'll mix the powder in with that, he says. That should get us something, and if it doesn't, then we'll try something else. He smashes a few more teeth, cracking them like walnuts. This is all just about trying new stuff out, explains Heine. We'll see what's good and what's not so good and adjust from there. He rolls his shoulders. That's what a man's life's all about, Rhine. Okay, replies Rhine. I'll get to work on the steel then. Heine nods. The two of them set to work, making the first monster-based items of their craft. Goblin steel ingot. Quality high composition. Steel grade 333. 59.99% goblin tooth. 39.99% impurities. 0.02% quality effects. None goblin steel. All summoning items made will attribute summoned entities with nature dark affinities goblin steel. All defensive items made will bestow nature dark resistances. Goblin steel is a blend of powdered goblin teeth mixed into a base of molten steel. It has an off chalky color and is much more brittle than standard steel. However, it has several magical properties connected to dark nature. Weight, 50 kg value, 120 obols. Well, I'll be, says Rhine, looking at the very odd bar of metal down between them. You know, I didn't think it was gonna work, he says. I figured the powder and the steel would just sort of separate and it would make a big, chunky mess when it hardened. Life is an adventure, replies Heine, looking at the ingot. He can't help but wonder about how many goblins are inside of this piece of metal. The man tilts his head. Great work, he praises. Let's go grab lunch and then we'll figure out what exactly we're supposed to do with this thing, he says, tapping it. Harpy feet, says Sokol. Heine sits there, holding his lunch in his hands as Sokol slaps a long, taloned toe down onto the table. Who Tilda? protests Obscura. It's not hard to see why. She shares a strong similarity with the physiology of a harpy. Heine continues to chew his food, looking at the half-bird person's toe. We can get these for a steal, explains Sokol. The forest is thick with the damn things and they're super territorial, she says. So they've been getting involved in the fighting everywhere against all sides. Heine nods. He's sure he can make something with these. So what the hell are harpies anyway, he asks. Are they smart? Or are they just kind of angry birds that look sort of like people? Obscura clicks with her mouth, pushing the severed talon back and away from herself with a finger. The brood of harps are snippy, bitey creatures, she says, hissing. But they avoid trees that belong to owls. Old promises remain kept. Huh, says Heine, shrugging. So they're at least smart enough to hold promises, generational ones at that. Interesting. What about goblins? He asks. Sokol shrugs. They're nasty little things, but they'll get the job done if you push them the right way. What? Asks Heine. Job, Sokol nods. Oh yeah, she says. Old assassin's trick, she says, sitting down at the table. When your target is going somewhere, you get to the route in advance, she says. Goblins are everywhere, so you just hint some information to them about a free lunch and they'll be all over the place. They're free employees. Wait, says Rhine. How do you give hints to goblins? He asks. I thought they don't talk to people. They don't, replies Sokol. But if you throw a map their way or a schedule and pretend you lost it while they're watching you, they buy it every time. She shakes her head. They're not that smart, but that's why they're useful. Sokol shakes her head. Every good complot needs useful idiots. Neat, replies Rhine, returning to his lunch. Right, asks Sokol. Heine lifts an eyebrow. I still don't think you should be teaching Rhine about this stuff. Sokol folds her hands, resting her elbows on the table as she looks at him. There's a severed bird foot sitting between us, she replies. Heine looks at her and then down at the freshly cut, still dripping harpy talon. I mean, you put it there. It's okay, says Rhine. I think this sort of stuff is super interesting. See, asks Sokol. It's fine, I know what I'm doing, explains the elf. Heine isn't so sure about that. But then again, does he know what he's doing? Not really. The man shrugs, returning to his lunch. It's probably fine. They've returned to the forge. So I was thinking, says Rhine. Because the material is so brittle, we probably should stick to Castor's weapons with it, he explains. Although because of these weird goblin properties, maybe copper would have been a better material than steel to blend it with, Heine nods. Steel is a good base metal for a lot of things like weapons and armor, but the properties certainly veer towards being more beneficial for a frontline type, rather than for any casters. So for this particular ingredient, the goblin teeth, which seem to have caster beneficial properties, copper would have indeed been a stronger choice than steel. This is why it's important we test this stuff out, says Heine. Let's make a new one with copper then. It'll be better for a staff than this steel. Rhine lifts a hand. I would suggest that we make wands, he explains. Because it's so brittle, swords and stuff are definitely out. He taps the bar. But a staff is also usually pretty heavy and gets hit against things a lot. A wand, though, people are going to be more careful with it simply because it's already more dainty. Heine thinks about it for a moment. It's not a bad point. This sort of maximizing of efficiency is very important for their work. He nods. Okay, we'll make a new blend with copper and use that to make wands. The two of them set to work. Goblin copper ingot. Quality high composition, copper. 59.99% goblin tooth, 39.99% impurities, 0.02% quality, affects non-goblin copper. All summoning items made will attribute summoned entities with strong nature dark affinities goblin copper. All defensive items made will bestow strong nature dark resistances goblin copper, is a blend of powdered goblin teeth, mixed into a base of molten copper. It has an off, chalky color and is much more brittle than standard copper. However, It has several magical properties connected to dark nature that are enhanced by the copper's attributes. Weight 50 kg. Value 150 obols. Goblin copper wand. Treasure of the owl god. Quality high. Composition: goblin copper wand, leather wrap, black cloth wrap, black cord. Quality effects high. Plus 5% wise. Treasure of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. Title effect: Treasure of the owl god. Plus 9 obscurantism, plus 9 wind. DMG, plus 9 luck. Augments all offensive spells with plus 9 nature. DMG augments all offensive spells with plus 9 wind. DMG, Treasure of the owl god. A long, sturdy wand made out of a blend of copper and goblin teeth. It is not very durable, but it has strong magical properties. Made by Weaponsmith Volume, chosen of the owl god. Made by Rhine, the river wizard, follower of the owl god. All summoned monsters of the affinities nature or dark are summoned as variants that are one rank higher than the spell. Rank D summons will become rank C. Rank C will become rank B, and so on. Weight 123 kg. Durability 1919. Value 1220 obols. Volume nods, fairly satisfied with the item. He picks up the wand, looking at it. It turned out better than he had expected, honestly. The military is gonna love these, says Rhine. Summoners play a huge role in war zones. Do they? Asks Volume. I wouldn't know, honestly. Rhine nods. They're casters that, well, they summon monsters. It's in the name, he says, shrugging. So it works out as free manpower. If the summoned monsters die, they can just summon new ones again for some soul points. Interesting, says Volume. He's never gotten too deep into how anything works in regards to the magic system or military logistics or any of that stuff. But it's fine. He has people to do that for him now. The man lifts his gaze, looking out over the forest that, despite being on fire day and night, somehow never quite manages to burn down. It isn't just the monsters that have interesting magical properties to work with here. The forest itself, the wood, the trees, the water, everything here has some form of magical property. Everything here can be used to make some kind of a weapon. Hey, do you think we should stop signing our names on the weapons? Asks Rhine, looking his way. So we don't provoke them even more now that we live right inside of the war zone. Volume looks at him and then back towards the wand. But I want them to know that I made it, he explains. It's about my pride as a craftsman. Well, okay, says Rhine. The two of them watch from the pavilion as a massive, hulking golem rises out of the distant forest, towering above the trees. It roars, its booming voice rumbling the equipment of the forge even at this distance. Hey, look, says Rhine as several massive arrows launch out of the forest. They're using our ballista ammunition. Volume nods, watching the massive arrows, the size of tree trunks, flying out of the forest and towards the golem, breaking off large chunks of its body. Feels good, right? He asks, pointing at the golem. The terrifying monstrosity bends down, picking up one siege weapon of hundreds from the forest, its crew falling to the ground before it hurdles the construction towards the horizon. Our names are on those arrows, Rhine. Rhine looks at him and then back towards the chaos unfolding in the distance. It's like we're a part of all of this. We are, Rhine, says Volume, proudly placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. We are. Chapter 112. A midnight stroll to look at trees brings great pleasure to the eyes of an owl. Water trickles noisily, the creek quietly making its presence known. Night birds sing in the distance, their shrill voices not muffled by the deep, heavy forest. Crickets chirp, and a contrastingly peaceful aura is present in the air. An owl hoots off in the distance. Obscura turns her head, sharply looking off to the side, towards the direction of the call. She turns her head back, looking at Volume, who has lifted an eyebrow. Many owls do not find sleep in the big forest, she explains. The night has become loud. The mice have scampered and hidden, and the rabbits are feasted upon by things that do not fly. Volume nods. He had never really thought about it, but he supposes that the war must be pretty intense for the local ecosystem too. He and Obscura are walking near the edge of the city, wandering around to look for any particularly nice trees near the edge of the forest. At night, the war stops because the deep forest is full of all manner of horrific monsters that can't be named with a single word. So all of the soldiers retreat to their camps and fires and stay there until the sun returns again. However, Heine has been assured that the presence of the owl god will deter any such predators. Big, hungry creatures do not stalk where other big, hungry creatures roam, says Obscura, seeing him looking into the forest. Perhaps on days where there is little food, but in these days there is much meat in the forest. I'll take your word for it, replies the man. He looks up at a tree bathed in moonlight. Its tall, swaying body dances in the moonlight and cool breeze. What about this one? Obscura clicks with her mouth and takes his hand, pulling him along. Fool, says the owl god. This tree has no branches. It has many fine, pokey needles that would ruin my beautiful feathers with their sticky sap. She shakes her head. Such a tree is a poor home for owls and for Heine men. What about just one Heine man, singular, she hoots. The Heine man cannot be so, she says. As he is two with me, explains the owl god. Singular Obscura and singular Heine make a non-singular Hinura. Hin what? It is their names combined, says Obscura. They are building a nest, yes. Hoots. Soon we will wed and there will be young, they will need names too. I think we can come out with something better than that, he says. Heine turns his head to look at another tree. What about this one? Obscura looks and then clicks with her mouth. It is rejected, look, she says. The owl god uses her other hand to run along the tree's exterior with her talon. A piece of the bark peels off. This shape of tree has soft, weak skin. It will not survive the nibbles of time and of threats. Huh. Interesting, says Heine. There sure are a lot of different kinds of trees, she nods. We need one that has many branches, she says. They must be plentiful, but they must also be high up. She turns her head around to look his way, walking on. Low branches will allow predators to climb it. High branches act as a throne upon which to sit. So, no needles because they're sticky, no low branches, and no weak bark, he asks. Obscura nods. You will forgive me for being picky, hoots the owl god. Heine shakes his head. It's fine, this is fun. It reminds me of walking through the city and looking at houses together. He turns his head, gesturing towards another tree. What about that one? It is ugly. Queenly Obscura will not reside in an ugly tree. Oh, he looks at the tree. He isn't really sure what's wrong with it, but maybe he just doesn't have an eye for these things. Considering she's half owl or 3/4 owl, he isn't sure. But anyway, considering that, she likely has a better judgment on this topic. He'll trust her instincts. As long as they organize a place to live where everyone can feel safe and at home, that's enough for him. It sure is good that the military took care of our move for us, says Rhine, looking as several more carts arrive. They're carrying boxes, presumably full of books from the library. This would have been a real pain to do ourselves. I'm sure it will come back to bite us in the ass somehow, replies Sokol. Heine shakes his head. Considering all of the taxes we pay, I'd call this a fair trade, he says. Anyway, we found one, explains the man, referring to a tree. Really? Asks Seltsam. Neat. What kind of tree is it? She asks. Wait, should I get a book on trees? The hooded figure looks around herself, trying to find a book. But she seems to become more and more distraught as she notices that all of the books are still packed in large crates. It's a tree, Seltsam, says Heine. It has branches and normal leaves, and it's mostly made out of wood. The librarian doesn't seem too pleased about not being able to do her cherished work, but she appears to notice that she has no choice at the moment. So, is this really real? She asks. You want us all to live in a tree. How is that even going to work? It's gonna be a big tree, replies Heine. Yeah, you mentioned, but she looks at the others. I mean, it has to be really big. It's gonna be, don't worry about it, assures Heine. I know it sounds kooky, but think about it, he says. Avarice is a dragon, right? Yeah, well, he lives in a house. Dragons usually live in caves, I guess. Could we live in a cave, asks Heine. Sure, but it would be cold, he nods. Exactly, so we're doing a tree. He looks down at the soil. Nothing a little god magic, a little time, and some creative magic can't fix, explains Heine. Besides, now is the perfect chance to try something like this out, what with the ley lines being all wobbly. He looks up towards the sky, where a visible wavering is apparent behind the rising smoke coming from all around them. Chapter 113. An assessment of many little things comes together to make a bigger idea. 200 steel axes, asks Rhine. A check, replies Heine, not bothering to count them all. It's probably fine. Rhine flips a page in the ledger. 37 steel cudgels, Heine shrugs, looking at a heap of blunt weapons. You mean clubs, he asks, because we have 37 clubs. Cudgels, repeats Rhine. A cudgel is a specific type of club, explains the boy. They're usually very short and have a heavy load at the end. So, a mace, asks Heine, looking over to a pile of maces at the side of the room. Rhine shakes his head. Number maces are also clubs, but they have a longer handle. The boy lifts a finger. Think of maces and cudgels as the same thing, but maces have longer handles and cudgels have shorter handles, but both of them are clubbing weapons. I see, replies Heine. Glad to have you here, Rhine, he says. We got Rhine nods, checking something off in the ledger. 50 halberds. Halberds or pikes? Asks Heine, looking at a collection of long, staved weapons against the wall. Oh no, those there are poleaxes, replies Rhine. They're different, Heine sighs. Weapons sure are complicated. One oh hey, says Rhine. One cobalt scythe, he asks. Heine looks to the side. Oh hey, damn, says the man, picking up an old, ratty farmer's scythe that is leaning against the wall. We made this one, Rhine, remember? Rhine rubs the back of his head. It sure is weird how many of our own weapons we keep finding down here. Is it? Asks Heine, looking back at the familiar scythe. I suppose it's just the nature of the beast, or, he asks. We make weapons and then we move to a place where weapons are used. It seems normal that they'd be here. I mean, I guess, replies Rhine, but still, the universe is weird. Still, that's a scythe. It's a farmer's tool, not a weapon. Sure is, replies Heine, but let's not worry about that. Halberds, says the man. Poleaxes, repeats Rhine, checking off the box in the ledger. Heine looks down at the odd, gangly monster bit laid out over the table. He tilts his head, turning to Sokol. Sokol, what the hell is this? He asks, picking it up with a gloved finger. It's a long, soft, squishy mass with round ridges. Sokol points at him with her pen. That there is an intestine, replies the elf. Heine lifts an eyebrow, looking at her and then at it. Okay, and let me ask, what the hell do I want with an intestine? It's a giant centipede, replies Sokol. Heine lets out a disgusted noise, dropping it. What, don't you like centipedes? I can't say that I do, replies Heine. Too many legs. That's discriminatory against spiders, says Sokol. Heine shakes his head. I don't mind spiders, but centipedes are wobbly-woo. He narrows his eyes. Why do they need so many legs, asks Heine. How can having 100 legs be more efficient than just having 2 or 3 or 8, he asks. What are they hiding? Heine crosses his arms. There better not be a centipede god. Something hoots next to him. Fear not, says the owl god, flying down low. Between the beautiful owls and the disgusting frogs, there was not enough space in the big forest for so many legs, she explains. The skitterer with too many feet was destroyed by a hero's light many generations ago. Oh, great, says Heine, relieved. So, it's poisonous, explains Sokol, making her point. Heine looks at the slimy heap of gray meat. I bet. You want to make weapons, starts Sokol. So I figured you could branch out into weapons that aren't so stabby. Heine looks at her. Go on, poison, Sokol shrugs. Poison, asks Heine. I don't know, he looks down at the centipede intestines. This sounds like more of an alchemy thing. I've never gone near squishy ingredients. He shakes his head. I'm a weaponsmith, not an alchemist. Sokol waves him off. Sure. But hear me out, says the elf, sitting down on her chair, which is standing out in the middle of the hill. What if you make poison for your weapons, she asks, like a chef making his own seasonings. Obscura hoots. The sock elf is a wise fool, says the owl god. Poison is readily made, but it does not last long. She shakes her head. But perhaps an enchanting brew for weapons. The owl god clicks, hissing greedily with her mouth. Obscura's talons are deadly, but many will long for them when they drip with power. Enchantments, asks Heine. He rubs the back of his head. I dunno, this all seems like a lot of new stuff, he explains. I was just getting into trying out monster weapons. Hey, why not go hard while you're already at it, right? She asks, leaning back on her chair with her hands behind her head. The South is resource-rich. We'll be able to get gems or reagents or whatever else we need super easily here. Sokol points over her shoulder to the burning forest. Do you need living people to experiment on? I can go snatch you some. Heine lifts an eyebrow. Thank you, Sokol, that won't be necessary, she shrugs. Dead people. Thank you, Sokol, says Heine again. That won't be necessary, she rolls her eyes. So we moved all the way down here just so you could be the old you longer. Heine prods the centipede intestine with a finger. It squirms and moves. He shakes his hand off in disgust, looking back her way. Maybe you're the one who should take the chance to change, says Heine. We'll make you a new contract and everything. You'll love it, she shrugs. Sorry, my hands are tied. My contract says I'm not allowed to make a new contract. What an oddly specific clause, replies Heine dryly, knowing full well that Sokol is the one who wrote the contract herself. Bureaucracy. You know how it is, she replies. So. Heine looks down at the squirming organ and then towards the owl god and Sokol. He shrugs. Sure, why not, replies Heine. After all, he's making weapons out of metal and out of organic material. So why not add in an extra step at the end to enchant them with some sort of bonus? There could be something here. It's likely a cheap addition that could greatly boost the potential and value of a weapon. Tell Seltsam to get some books on enchanting from the crates, orders Heine. But no centipedes. Sport, says Sokol. So what's your limit on legs? Heine thinks for a moment, considering the many different kinds of monsters and animals out there. 5, he replies. Obscura hoots next to him, except for spiders. So is this the one, asks Heine, looking at Obscura's cupped hands. She nods, holding it up to him. This is the one, replies the owl god. Heine looks at the seed in her palms, cupped in a bed of dirt. It will grow strong and proud. Rhine looks over. So. Are you sure that this will work? He asks, rubbing his lip with the back of his thumb. This all feels a little fever-dreamy to me, honestly. He looks around. Is anyone else getting that vibe or just me? Just you, replies a sharp voice from the side. Eilig. Some of us are glad to be out in the world doing new things. Rhine looks over towards the fairy, sitting on the front porch of her doll house in a tiny chair. He tilts his head. Aren't you just doing what you've always been doing? He asks. Eilig spins a finger in the air, a trail of ice crystals following it as she points at him with her other hand. But now I'm doing it somewhere else. Heine looks down at the seed. I feel like I just had this conversation before, he mutters to himself, shaking his head. Let's plant it then, he says. Fool, hoots Obscura at him. We cannot simply plant it, the moon is not right. Yup, moon's super important, calls Rhine from the side. And the sun is not in the correct position to have warmed the soil, she explains. Rhine nods. Gotta have warm soil. And this seed has not yet absorbed all of Obscura's bountiful grace. Rhine crosses his arms. Can't have a tree without thaw-ow. Shut your yap, snaps Eilig, having hit Rhine over the ear. You used to be great, says Eilig. Where did it all go wrong? You're just like a sad puppy now. Huh, asks Rhine, rubbing his ear. What do you mean? Eilig, don't hit Rhine, warns Heine. He looks back down at the seed. So, hoots Obscura. I must hold this seed with me for many days to nurture it and tend to it. It must absorb my magic. You could just plant it and sit on it like it was an egg, suggests Sokol from the side. Obscura lifts her nose. The blessing of nesting is something the loveless creature that you are will never know. Oof, replies Sokol. Harsh, I'm married to my work. Let's rein it back in, people, says Heine. Don't be mean. Obscura hoots, lowering her head. He rubs the back of his head, looking around. There are so many small changes in life to keep up with down here. He supposes that everyone is still adapting. Heine lifts his gaze, looking over to Rhine and Eilig, who are talking. Sokol wanders off, heading to chat with Seltsam instead. He shrugs, looking at Obscura, who is looking at the seed. Heine lays on his sleeping mat at night, watching the fires in the sky instead of sleeping. He turns his head, looking at the owl god, who is laying there too. But her hands are cupped on her chest, and the seed is held in them. He turns his gaze back up towards the sky, watching a screaming dragon tear through the clouds. It's a new neighborhood and lifestyle. There's just a lot to adjust to. Chapter 114. A dragon with yellow eyes stares intently, imprinting visions like faces on gold coins. Heine stands there, watching as the first wall of the new house is erected. The stoneworkers are at work today, beginning construction of the exterior of the external structure now that the engineers have finished planning all of the details. Insects buzz and voices holler out from the surrounding regions as people spend their days fighting to the death. The front line has phases. It shifts continuously, moving in towards the city, where the lines fight on open plains, littered with bodies, before being pushed back into the thick, heavy forest that never quite seems to burn away, despite the hundreds of raging fires and the dozens of massive explosions every hour. The battle ebbs in and out like the tide. Currently, it's at an in phase, and soldiers are in the no-man's land between the city and the deep forest. It's pretty violent. Heine has seen at least 3 people die horribly in the distance, and he hasn't even had breakfast yet. He looks to the side. Hey, he calls to a stoneworker. That wall should be pushed back another few steps. He walks over to the workers, perhaps entering a little too heavily into the role of a busybody. But after all, it is his first house. His family home to be. Wanting everything to be perfect for the money they're paying here is only reasonable. 3 days have passed. Heine digs down through the soil with his hands, opening a hole in the dirt atop the hill. Obscura hoots, watching him work. She's still holding the seed in her hands. Magic sure is funny, huh? Asks Heine. It's all a bit too much wobbly-woo for me, but I have to admit that the idea is unique. You will see, replies Obscura. The Heine man doubts in my vision of the world, says the owl god. But that is because he has only 2 eyes, not 3. Fair enough, replies Heine, nodding his head. She bends down, gently resting the seed on the patch of soil. The 2 of them gently pack the dirt down over it together, their hands meeting in the middle. So, if this doesn't work, at least we have the external house, he says. Fool, hisses the owl god. It will work. I'll take your word for it, replies Heine, looking into her eyes. She lifts her gaze, and the 2 of them stare for a while. Someone clears their throat to the side. Sokol. They turn their heads, looking at her as she points over her shoulder towards the distance. A giant, thundering golem rampages through the forest, breaching far past the crowns of the trees. It smashes through entire groups of soldiers and camps, filling the forest with terrified screams. Such a vibrant neighborhood, says Heine. Many voices fill the air like the cries of playing children, hoots the owl god. The golem hurtles a man through the sky. He flies over the city and over them, presumably landing somewhere in the north. Sokol rolls her eyes. Yeah, paradise, she says. If you 2 love birds are done, we have a visitor. Huh? Asks Heine, tilting his head to look the way she is gesturing. A rickety, old model cart wobbles down the way. Its wheels have been cheaply repaired. It doesn't have a cover and is being driven by none other than Avarice himself. The bird towing it is a scraggly, off-market creature, likely bought from a farmer at a discount after its best years had been used. A procession follows after him, but he seems more annoyed by them than pleased. His followers are in much more extravagant, ornate carriages with drivers and pedigree ancas. Ah, hell, says Heine, rising to his feet. I love what you've done with the place, says Avarice, sitting across from him. Heine looks around himself. The two of them are sitting on the hill on two chairs. The walls around them are marked out, but most are still not standing. There is no roof, and crates are still stacked sky-high, waiting to be unpacked. It's a work in progress, replies Heine, looking back his way. He looks around at the many followers of Avarice walking around the area and scavenging the dead. Really? Asks Heine. Waste not, want not, replies Avarice. Rhine walks over, carrying a tray uphill with 2 cups of tea and some biscuits. We don't keep the items. The military has a bounty out for returned and plundered equipment. While we're here, we might as well know. Heine looks at the extravagantly robed followers of Avarice and then back towards the dark elf who takes his tea from Rhine. He is much more plainly and simply clothed like any other person you would see on the street. Thank you. I gotta ask, says Heine, nodding to the god's followers. The contrast, what's that about? Asks Avarice, sipping his tea before looking at his people. Oh. He sighs and takes a biscuit, biting off a corner. What do you see? Asks Avarice. When you look at me, Heine blinks. What? Avarice, needing a free hand, drops the rest of his biscuit into his full cup and then points at himself. When you look at me, what do you see? Heine scratches his chin. A dark elf, Avarice shakes his head. A dragon, the head shaking continues. Someone wealthy, guesses Rhine. Avarice nods, pleased. He grabs another biscuit from the tray. Smart lad, praises the god of wealth. He nibbles on the second biscuit and then takes a sip of his biscuit tea. That's the key element. The god looks around the hill. Given my reputation, I tend to attract those who want money. They want to be rich, explains Avarice. He looks towards Heine. What a lot of people get wrong, though, is that I'm not the god of the rich, I'm the god of wealth. Isn't that splitting hairs? Asks Heine. It is not, replies Avarice, taking a large sip from his cup. Being rich means you have money, says the god. Being wealthy means that you have everything that money can't get you too. He looks at his followers. They think that if they get the money, the life, the love, and the self-warmth, those things will follow. He shakes his head. What they don't understand, Weaponsmith Heine, is that it is the other way around. He finishes his biscuit and drinks his tea, setting the cup down on the tray. A poor man with love in his bosom will always find money to feed his heart's treasures, and then he'll have both things. Heine nods, rubbing his chin as he looks at the god suspiciously. Very poetic, he replies, leaning in. Let me get to the point. I moved down here to get away from all of this. Why are you here? Why? Asks Avarice. Well, I was very surprised to hear about your sudden departure. Why, you practically stole away at midnight. The contracts are all transferred over to Claydon. The old guild is still running. Avarice waves him off. Didn't I just tell you I'm not interested in the money itself? I'm interested in the factor behind the money. You. Sorry, not for sale these days. I'm getting married, you know, replies Heine. I've heard. When is the wedding? Heine clears his throat. Haven't made a plan yet, he half lies. It's true that they haven't made arrangements yet. He really should get to that sometime. Anyways, I'm out. I'm not interested in any power games or politics or whatever. No frogs, no owls. I'm trying to live a quiet life, okay? Avarice looks at him, looking at some of his followers carrying a helmet past them that is still very much in use, despite the rest of the body being somewhere else. He stares for an oddly long time. You see the irony here, yes? Asks Avarice. Just a rough patch, replies Heine. Give it 3 years and some gumption and this place will be a gold mine. Avarice shrugs. To be honest, you aren't my primary reason for being in the South. It's just a happy coincidence, explains the god. Maybe I should set up a bank here too, asks the god. If you aren't here for us, then why are you here, he asks. It's a long way from the north. Avarice gets up. Unique times offer unique opportunities, replies Avarice, staring out over the battlefield with hungry eyes. We're at a precipice of change, Weaponsmith Heine. Things are going to be very different in the world very soon, and I would like them to go my way. I see, replies Heine, rising to his feet. And what way is that exactly? The god smiles, holding out a hand towards him. Heine takes it, if only out of politeness. He's still deeply distrusting of the god for whatever reason. Maybe he's just wary of people who are too nice to him. But there are still many open questions about Avarice's motivations. Let's just say that there are a few social kinks that I would like to unravel, replies Avarice. A weird, oddly vague answer, notes Heine. Is that why you were helping us back in the north? I have a wealth-based mindset, replies Avarice, and you are helping me to my fortune. Again, oddly vague, says Heine, but I guess I don't care. They shake hands. If you'll excuse me, replies Avarice. I have some work to do. Thank you for the tea. Take another biscuit on your way out, notes Heine, gesturing to the tray. Avarice is already walking off, waving him off with a free hand. I wouldn't want to be greedy, is the last thing that the god of wealth says as he returns to his rickety cart and dumpy anka down at the bottom of the hill. Damn, Heine looks at the biscuit on the tray in Rhine's hands. Both of them are thinking the same thing. Only 2 biscuits have been eaten instead of 3. It's a very unfortunate circumstance. Half. Asks Heine. Rhine nods, and the 2 of them split the 3rd biscuit before starting their forging work for the day. Chapter 115. The past and the present are not as different as you would like them to be. The wood is oddly supple and pliable, but despite him bending it to the lengths of its flexibility, it doesn't crack or splinter and instead holds its form well, offering a lot of resistance to his pressure. It's wood from some of the precious, ancient trees of the deep forests of the south. It's a material that, while being a rare commodity in the north, is plentiful down here in the south. Because the trees are so old, having sat in rich, nurtured sections of the forest for generations, the wood is soaked full of energies stemming from both the natural magical ambiences of the region, as well as from the healthy, rich soil. Rare wood. Quality unique composition. Rare wood. 100% quality effects imbues high-attribute magical properties onto any crafted item stemming from the old trees of the deep forests of the world. Rare wood is a type of wood that has aged in a high magic zone for decades, absorbing much of this energy into itself. It has extremely versatile uses in crafting. Weight. 3 kg value. 765 obols. I mean, as far as wood goes, starts Rhine. It's pretty good, Heine nods. He hates to admit it, but for wood this stuff is very useful. The description of the properties on the item's window is a little vague, but he has the feeling that this material is very potent. What should we make first? Asks Rhine. Bows, arrows, staves. He rubs his lip with the back of his thumb. We could make some wands maybe. Heine hands him the piece of wood. Burn it. Rhine blinks. Throw it in the fire, says Heine. The rare wood. Asks Rhine, taking it from him. You want me to throw it into the fire? You heard me, boy, says Heine, nodding his head. Toss it in. I mean, sure, says Rhine, shrugging as he turns around and then unceremoniously throws the piece of very, very expensive wood into the flames of the improvised furnace. But is this a good idea? He asks. It seems kind of wasteful. We should just burn normal wood. Heine shakes his head, walking over to the fire. He bends down, examining the log as it burns. I want to see if it's any different as a fuel, he explains. Heine lifts a hand, pointing at the smoke that rises up the half-chimney, sitting out in the middle of the hill. The fire shouldn't destroy the magical properties of the wood. It's just turning it to ash, and all of that is being carried away by the smoke, explains the man, holding his gloved hand above the smoke for a moment. He pulls it back, showing his palm to Rhine as he runs a finger over it, wiping off a smear of black residue. The wood is fine and all if we want to make wooden weapons. Rhine nods, thinking, which we don't, repeats Heine. We want to make some good old-fashioned things out of metal, he explains. But that doesn't mean we can just ignore the free resources that we have here. The wood is strong. We can use its properties, but for metal weapons. By burning it? Asks Rhine. Yup, replies Heine. A fire made with high magic fuel will boost any items we make in it. The ash has the magic in it, he says, prodding the burning log with a poker to break some of the bark off. Huh, says Rhine, surprised. I never knew that. Wow. Heine nods, dusting his hands off. That's because I just made it up, says the man, grabbing another log of the extremely valuable wood, tossing it inside of the fire. Rhine snorts. It sounds dumb enough to be true, though. We'll try it out. Rhine nods and the two of them set to work. The new forge, at least until the house is done, is sort of a rough operation. It's just a waist-high stone wall that encircles a cleared area near the road. All of their tools and equipment has been set up there for them to work, over a sparsely roofed, open area. But all of their critical equipment has been built up for them to use. The military expects them to keep up with their orders of gear, after all. Rhine throws another log into the fire, feeding it to a high blaze. So what's on the list today? Asks Rhine. Repairs, replies Heine, looking at their list of orders, which is nailed onto the side of a wooden crate. He reaches in, pulling out a small iron short sword. The man blinks, looking at the old thing. It has no pommel on its hilt and has an unusually fat grip. This is his own sword. He made this one himself ages ago. Well, I'll be, says Heine, looking at the weapon. Its blade is cracked straight down from the top, running all the way from the tip to the base, around the hilt. It looks like somebody had tried very, very hard to stab something very, very hard. He shows the sword to Rhine. Small world, huh? Iron short sword, gift of the owl god. Quality normal composition. Wobbly iron hilt XL normal. Crack-threaded iron blade short sword normal. Rusted iron nut, worn leather wrap, worn black cloth wrap, worn black cord. Quality effects, chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Gift of the owl god, +3 obscurantism, +3 wind DMG, +3 luck, 2 physical DMG 3. An extremely well-worn, custom-made iron short sword. Its hilt is unusually fat. It is in a strong state of disrepair. Made by Weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the owl god, no pommel attached. Weight 123 kg. Durability 81230. Value 177 obols. Rhine looks at the sword. Wow, it's pretty beaten up, says the boy, lifting it up towards the fire to look at it in a better light. He hands it back. Heine nods. I mean, it's been a while, he says, looking at the weapon with something akin to a sense of nostalgia. He had made this weapon just before everything started. This was essentially the last creation of his second life. He looks around the destroyed city, wondering what the fate of its owner is. But the woman, who he only very vaguely recalls, is nowhere to be seen. Nobody is anywhere to be seen. It's the middle of the night, after all. Not really sure what he expected, Heine sits down and sets to work. This sword, like all of his swords from back then, should usually be fairly simple to repair. The blade is a threaded blade, which means it can just be unscrewed, and then a new one can be screwed in. But because of the unusual design of the sword, having no pommel, he recalls having to fiddle around with the nut that holds the blade's threads in place. The man distinctly remembers the memory of himself wishing whoever had to fix this in the future good luck. He shakes his head. Life is funny like that sometimes. After a while of twisting and poking around, he manages to loosen the rusted nut that is hidden down, inside of the base of the hilt. It cracks as he spins it open for the first time, flakes of rust falling down onto his fingers. The owner certainly has been making use of the weapon, if nothing else, by the looks of it. He supposes that he's happy about that. It's nice to see your handiwork being appreciated. Heine undoes the bolt, setting it to the side, and then begins unscrewing the old blade. As he turns it, it breaks in half. The cracked seam that was running through it was apparently a full-on break that was just being held tightly together by the pressure of the fastenings, rather than just a simple scratch. Component removed. threaded blade from iron short sword. Rhine, where are our threaded blades? He asks, looking around at the mess of crates and boxes sitting around the improvised forge. Rhine looks around the area just as lost. Heine shakes his head. You know what? Never mind. He points at Rhine. Make me a new blade for this, please, says the man. Use, he thinks for a moment. Use orichalcum. What, really? Asks Rhine, picking up the broken pieces of the blade. But this was just iron. Yup, replies the man. Some things change over time for the better, though, he explains, continuing his work. He nods his head to the forge. You do it. I have to mess with this, he says, pulling apart the fabric and the leather that are wrapped around the hilt. Rhine nods and sets to work making a new blade for the short sword by himself. It took a while, but the sword is done. Heine looks at the new weapon as Rhine finishes bolting it together. The design is the same as before. No pommel, a fat hilt. Heine doesn't know why the owner wants it like this, but that's not his business now, just like it wasn't back then. Great work, Rhine, he says. Rhine shakes his head. I think you were right with the smoke thing before, he explains. The boy runs a finger along the orichalcum blade. The orichalcum didn't get any weird properties, but the other stuff did, like the hilt. Orichalcum short sword treasure of the owl god. Quality normal composition. Enchanted steel hilt XL, high. Threaded orichalcum blade short sword normal. Steel nut leather wrap black cloth wrap black cord quality effects. Treasure of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Gift of the owl god. +9 obscurantism. +9 wind DMG. +9 luck effect. Destroys all magical forces the blade comes into contact with. 9 physical DMG, a custom-made orichalcum short sword. Its hilt is unusually fat. Made by Weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the owl god. Made by Rhine, the river wizard follower of the owl god. No pommel attached. Enchanted steel hilt XL. All strikes ignore 1 def weight. 126 kg durability. 72 value. 5,400 obols. Rhine whistles. I'd like to see their face when they get it back. Heine nods. This would definitely be a nice thing to experience. His weapon had kept someone alive this long. He hopes this new one will keep them alive even longer. He doesn't really remember anything at all about its owner, but in a way he feels like they've known each other for a long time. He plays around with the old, rusted bolt from the blade. Put it in the box, says Heine. We have plenty more to finish tonight. He flicks the old iron nut into the crackling fire. Chapter 116. A small day of chit-chat around the big hill in the big world of the small elves. It's starting to take shape. Heine stands atop the hill, looking down at the marked-out walls that line the area all around the growth. In the center of the hill, a small sprout peeks out of the grasses, reaching and stretching up towards the cool moonlight. He wanders down the hill, running a hand along a partially finished wall of the complex, feeling it, touching it just to make sure that it's real. After all, this might well be some odd frog illusion that he's undergoing. This whole move has felt very dreamlike to begin with, but he supposes that he's just undergoing such a radical life change that it could simply not feel like anything else. The design of the new house is simple enough. It's all centered around the hill in the outer midst of the city. The tree will grow atop its highest point, right in the middle and all around the base of the hill. A rectangular, boxy house of sorts will encircle in. In a way, it could be viewed as a wall for this internal complex, which is actually what it's supposed to be. Of course, living in a tree is sort of a kooky idea to begin with, though not unheard of. But living in a tree with a full family's worth of people, that makes it a little weirder and more difficult to pull off. But this is where the magic of the owl god comes into play. Most of the problems encountered by such a unique living situation can be avoided by simply making the tree a tiny, itsy little bit bigger. As for the exterior complex, This is to allow a clear separation of work and home. It sounds sort of odd in a way, considering that the old house was an adventurer's guild, a forge, a library, a bar and a restaurant, while also being his home. But this time, he'd like it if the home and all of these other elements were simply disconnected a little. The home, their home, will be in the tree and whatever they manage to construct in it. As for everything else, the forge and the guild and all of that stuff, it will be here, in the exterior complex that they can, at the end of the day, leave with good conscience to return to their beds that are in locations, distant and quiet. He turns his head, looking at a small owl that sits on the bricks and stares his way. Heine lifts his hands, realizing that he has been caught again. I'm going to bed. Don't worry. The owl hoots, snipping with its beak. It seems that I will never be spared the hunt, says Obscura. Heine wanders the nights like a lost doe, he shrugs. I just like to look at things. He's brooding, calls in a voice from the side Sokol. Heine looks towards the elf who is leaning around a stack of construction materials. I'm not brooding, Sokol, says Heine. Go to bed. Bed is a generous term, replies Sokol. Pretty sure this is a sleeping bag on a piece of wood, she says, pointing over her shoulder. He lifts an eyebrow. And here I thought you were tough, Sokol shrugs. What can I say? I've gotten used to the good life, she replies. Rhine walks by, yawning and rubbing his face, having apparently just finished washing up for bed. Hey, runt, says Sokol. I'll fight you for your blanket. Huh, Rhine rubs his face, looking at her. Get your own blanket, Sokol, she shrugs. Okay. But you should choose your words better next time, says the elf, snatching the blanket from his arms. Hey, yells Rhine. Sokol runs off into the night and Rhine runs after her, trying to get his bedding back. Heine and Obscura stand there, watching them vanish into the darkness. You think they'll be fine? Asks Heine. They are running out into a war zone after all. The owl god clicks with her beak, shifting into her half-human form. They will survive, says Obscura. Good enough for me, replies Heine. He grabs her, picking her up. She hoots. Come on, let's go to bed before they start fighting here too. Keep it down, cries a sharp, loud voice from the near distance. Heine cups his hand next to his mouth. Good night, Eilig. A loud clack can be heard, which he can only assume was a very strong slamming of a tiny window of her doll house. This is fun. Moving is fun. So, I'd like for the shelves to be as tall as they were in the old house, explains Seltsam. But no balcony this time. Heine thinks for a moment, looking at the plans and then towards the crates that she's hiding behind. The librarian is wearing her extremely concealing outfit. But even this is far too much for her and she prefers to be unseen, which, fair enough. Isn't it going to be hard to reach the books at the top? We'll just use a ladder with wheels, she says. I always wanted one of those, explains Seltsam. Besides, I'd prefer it if the library didn't have so many doors. 3, asks Heine. The old library had 3 doors. It's a good amount of doors to have. 3 is a good amount of doors to have, agrees Seltsam. But not for a library. It was too much for me to always pay attention to. It was very stressful sometimes. So what one? He asks. I feel like that's a fire hazard. It's fine, says Seltsam. There are windows, right? Heine looks down at the plan. I suppose. Oh, can we bar off the windows? Seltsam. Something shuffles around behind the crates. I just don't want to feel watched all the time, okay? Heine purses his lips and looks back down at the blueprint. Okay. What if we keep the windows unbarred but we move them up to above the shelves below the ceiling? He asks. That way they're high enough for daylight to get in and worst case you can climb out, but they're too high for anyone to look in through from outside. Okay, that sounds nice. Thank you. Heine nods, making some notes on the sketch. He taps against a small room to the side. You're sure that you want your room to be out here? He asks. The rest of us are sleeping in the middle, so you'll be by yourself. Seltsam is quiet for a moment. I talked to Sokol and she said I'll get assassinated if I sleep out here by myself. Heine lifts an eyebrow. Unlikely but not impossible, he sighs, rubbing the back of his head. We're living a dangerous lifestyle. I can't disagree that it would be safer with the rest of us at night, even in a new house with guards. Where's Eilig staying? Eilig asks Heine. He looks back down at the plan. Well, in her doll house, but that's over in our area too. Can you put us together? Asks Seltsam. I'll need a few thicker blankets though. He nods, making the note. I can arrange that. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. A throne. Heine lifts an eyebrow, looking at his list of notes. He's walking around trying to see what everyone wants for their new spaces. Eilig, be serious. The fairy, sitting there with crossed legs, opens an eye to glare his way. I am serious, she says. She sits upright, leaning in towards him. Are you saying that your older sister isn't a serious person? She asks. You brat. Glad to see you're back in spirits, says Heine, scratching out the word throne on the list. But seriously, what do you want? Throne, Heine sighs. Eilig, why the hell do you want a throne? He points at a room drawn on the notepad, turning it around to show her. You're staying in the cellar, aren't you? Yeah, so? Asks Eilig. So, why a throne? Because I want a throne in the cellar, dummy, she replies, sighing. Just let me have this, okay? Fairy-sized or human-sized? Asks Heine. What do you think? She asks. Heine shrugs, rewriting the word throne just beneath the one he had just scratched out a moment ago. Seltsam wants to move in with you into the cellar. Is that fine? Considering that she's the only good company around here, it works for me, says Eilig. So, speaking of the cellar, when is it going to be done? Heine looks at her and then around the construction site. He shrugs. I've never built a house before, so when it's ready. And when is that, smartass? Heine flips the notepad closed. When it's done, he says. Good things take time. That's what you think, she says. I was there when they dug out the old cellar. You should have seen it. She points to the side, to the trail of engineers and construction workers diligently measuring and cutting everything to detailed perfection. Your old man paid 2 drunks from the street with drinks for a week, gave them some shovels. The cellar didn't take a few days. It was hardly quality craftsmanship, notes Heine. I'm surprised the house didn't cave in. Please, she snaps, her wings buzzing. It had soul, not whatever this faceless, modern, concrete hole is going to be. He rolls his eyes. You'll love it, I'm sure. Anything else? Yeah, replies Eilig, pointing at her doll house. I want a castle. Heine looks at her and then at the doll house. Moving up in the world, I see, he replies. I assume a fairy-sized one. I'll accept human-sized this time. Fairy-sized it is, he says, jotting it down into the notepad. He leans to the side, peering at her doll house. I'll just sort of remodel your house then, I guess. No, she says, flying in between him and the doll house. This here is going to be my vacation home. Ah, I see, says Heine. I never knew you were doing so well for yourself, he jokes, making some scribbles. Oh yeah, replies Eilig. I sold some of your secrets to Sokol for a pay raise, says the fairy, looking down at her nails. You what? She nods. Don't worry, nothing too bad. I didn't tell her about some of the juicier ones. Heine sighs. Great, thanks, he says. I appreciate it. You better, she replies. Big sister Eilig has to look out for you after all. I'd be lost without you, says Heine, looking at her for a moment. But really, what secrets? He asks, his mind's eye going through every awkward and embarrassing childhood memory that he has and even some of the ones from his adult life in the moment he had thought he was alone. But Eilig could have been anywhere in the house at any time. She could have seen anything, everything. She looks his way. I'll tell you what I told her, says Eilig, smiling a smug smile. For a pay raise. Heine looks at her. Really? He turns the notepad around, showing her his notes. You realize you're saying this after I just agreed to make you a new house, right? A castle, corrects Eilig. A new castle, repeats Heine, shaking his head. Besides, what do you even spend your money on? He asks. You couldn't ever leave the house. A girl has her secrets, replies Eilig. So, you're really playing both sides of the game here, he asks. Cut me a break. You turned out soft, replies Eilig. I have to toughen you up a little or you aren't going to make it out there in the big, wide world, she says, gesturing around them. Heine groans. He could just ignore her and let her play her games. But now he has to know what Sokol knows. Is it just something dumb, or is it really something awkward and embarrassing? He doesn't care much about what Sokol thinks of his awkward moments, but he doesn't want her to tell Obscura or Rhine. I'll give you 3% if you promise to keep it to yourself from now on. 5 and I'll consider it, she replies. Fine, 5, says Heine. You're harsh, Eilig, but this is rough even for you. The fairy flies up towards him, pressing a finger against his forehead. You might think so now, but your big sister has lots of things planned for our future, you'll see. Heine watches her, not sure what she means as she flies off. He looks down at his notes and flips a page, looking at the next wish list, this one being Obscura's. Someone has drawn a very terrible picture of an owl sitting in a big nest here, although it certainly looks like they tried. He can't help but notice the many eggs around her. Heine clears his throat, flipping the page back. That one's for later. Chapter 117. The games of many numbers are played by people with wide eyes and closed hearts, so how many do you think it is? Asks Rhine. It is late in the evening, but nightfall has no yet arrived. This is around the time of day when the hostilities of the war zone begin to simmer down for the night, as all involved parties retreat and return back to their camps in order to hide in safety from the terrifying monsters of the deep forest. A sort of first floor has been created for the house, on the elevated edge of the hill. A wooden platform, reinforced with stone and concrete, sits. And they are all winding the day down, sitting there atop it as if it were a balcony. Oh hey, says Sokol, pointing to the right. Look, you can see the elves there. She squints before looking back towards Rhine. Probably about a few hundred a day. Gonna say 3. I was gonna say that, sighs Heine, following her arm. There is indeed a large cluster of people walking out through the edge of the forest. They don't leave its shelter entirely, but they stay at the edge, where it is easier to navigate back to their own lines. Still, maybe we shouldn't be guessing about this, he asks. It feels kind of grim. Obscura hoots, setting down a tray in their midst. It was her turn to cook dinner tonight. They're just sort of roughing it at the moment. Oh hey, I saw that guy earlier today, says Heine, pointing towards the east, where the forces from their side of the world are converging back together. A man is being dragged out of the forest by his legs. He was walking fine this morning, says Heine, grabbing one of the small bowls filled with a savory stew of sorts. Not any more, notes Sokol. Fine. 301, she says, freeing up the number 300 for him to guess. Rhine nudges her with his elbow. But if you take 301 and break it down in its single numbers 3, 0, and 1 and add them together, then that adds up to 4, Sokol. You can't take that number. The owl god hisses excitedly. Sokol rolls her eyes, taking a bowl. Fine. 302. Guessing the number of people who are being killed every day in these skirmishes might indeed be a little grim. But well, that's just sort of what this new world of theirs is. Between all of the screaming, terrifying metal skulls and the various macabre gods of confusing intention, a little horrifying war zone is refreshingly normal. You mean just from the fights, though, right? He asks. Or are we counting the ones the monsters get too? Sokol rubs her forehead, thinking for a moment. She shrugs and then blows on her food. I guess just the skirmishes. I'm sure the monsters are snatching a few people, especially after dark. She shakes her head. But they'll mostly be eating the corpses, which is a problem for them but great for us. Heine thinks about this statement for a moment as Obscura sits down next to him, but he doesn't quite figure out what she means. How so? Asks the man. Sokol shrugs, chewing on her first bite. Well, leaving food outside attracts animals, says the elf. She nods her head to the forest, in which presumably at least a few hundred people are dying every day inside of, going by a cautious estimate. I dunno about you, but I only just saw one guy getting dragged out. Rhine nods. They're leaving most of the bodies in the forest, he explains. Or like that engineer said the other day, they're just dumping them into the rivers until they get clogged. Don't drink the river water, got it, says Heine. All of that is attracting tons of monsters, which means even more people are dying. But on the plus side, we're going to get a heap of monster parts cheap, explains Rhine. Sokol blows on her food again. There's always an upside. A harrowing scream comes from the forest as a man is torn up into the air, carried away by what looks to be a particularly large harpy. Heine blinks and then looks back down at his food. Huh. Neat is all that he says, shrugging. Dinner is good. Heine looks down at the monster bit. The flesh and the meaty parts have been removed from it now, and it lays across the table, one of many. Drake talon whelp. Quality normal, quality effects none. Drake affinity. Nature fire, a bloody severed talon that once belonged to a growing drake whelp. Weight 3.11 kg. Value 12 obols. How many of these do we have, Rhine? Asks the man, looking at the heap of talons there. Rhine thinks for a moment, looking at the table and then at the sacks next to it. 300. Heine looks at him. Rhine, starts the man. Rhine shrugs. Really? Or is this a numbers thing? He leans down, looking at the boy. You'll get a hold of the whole 3 thing once you pay attention to it long enough, he explains. Rhine shakes his head, patting a sack. No, really, I think there are exactly 300, says the boy. Sokol told me she bought that many. Oh, Heine stands back upright. Well, that's a lucky coincidence. Right, asks Rhine. The two of them set to work on today's batch of weapons. Given the curved, brittle nature of the talons, they are initially somewhat limited in their use cases. Each one is roughly as long as his own hand is, but given that they're curved, they aren't too useful to use as materials for things like daggers or arrowheads. We could make wands and curved knives, suggests Rhine, shrugging. Heine thinks for a moment, but that idea doesn't really sound right. It's too everyday. What kinds of drakes were these harvested from? Asks Heine, looking over the talon. Sokol didn't say, but I guess just normal nature element types, says Rhine. Considering where we are, Heine nods. Let's grind these down in a powder. We'll make a paste out of the material. Okay, says Rhine, and then, asks the boy, interested. And then, Heine stands there. The truth is, he doesn't have an and then. He's just sort of making it up as he goes along. But the talons, being from a creature that is attuned with nature, should have magical properties of some sort if used correctly as material. If they grind them down into a powder and then make a paste from that, they could use this paste to make just about anything. But it will likely be very brittle, so melee weapons are out. Heine feels Rhine staring at him. The boy expects an answer. He hasn't yet realized that Heine also doesn't have a clue. But feeling the pressure on himself, he just does as one does and makes something else up on the spot. We're going to try out enchanting, says the man. He nods his head to the side. Go get some books from Seltsam. I'll start grinding these down. Rhine beams, nodding his head excitedly to run off to do as told. Heine sighs, looking down at the talon in his hands. It's true that they had wanted to try enchanting out to increase their profit margins more. But he's never done anything like this before. He tosses it down to the table. It looks like they'll just have to wing it and hope for the best. Rhine flips through the pages of the book out open on the table. It says here that we need Heine, dusting his hands off, looks over his shoulder. Well, we need someone who has a lot of magic, explains Rhine. Got that, says Heine. Rhine nods. And we need a primary ingredient, reads the boy. It says here to use potent magical ingredients. Got that, says Heine again, tapping the bowl full of powdered drake claws. And we need, water. Heine looks around the area. Water is actually going to be the hardest part. The pump is down the hill. Rhine used. Droplets. Heine looks back in surprise, seeing Rhine holding a hand over another bowl. Water leaks out of his fingers, filling it up to the brim. You've gotten a lot better at that, says Heine, recalling the days when Rhine could do nothing else, except summoning a giant cascade of destructive water. I practiced a lot, explains Rhine proudly. So we have everything then. Seems that way, says Heine. He reaches over to the side, grabbing an old steel axe from the barrel of repaired weapons. Steel axe gift of the owl god. quality normal composition, steel blade axe, normal, wooden handle leather wrap, black cloth wrap, black cord quality effects, chosen of the owl god, adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect, gift of the owl god, +3 obscurantism, +3 wind DMG, +3 luck 6.3 physical DMG, a long forester's axe, meant to be used with both hands. Its steel blade is keen and sharp. It feels very sturdy. Made by Weaponsmith Volume, chosen of the owl god, weight 133 kg, durability 3636 value 333 obles. We'll test it out with this, says Volume. So what's the catch, he asks. If this is so easy, why doesn't everyone do it? Because of the magic, says Rhine. Any good caster can enchant a weapon, he explains, tapping the axe. But if you or I did it, the effect would maybe last for a few hours. He turns the axe over. Just because you press magic into a weapon doesn't mean it will hold on to it. Rhine waves his fingers over the weapon. There's a whole magical balance to everything. The axe, as it is, already has a certain amount of magic to itself. By nature, it doesn't want any more or less than that. Heine rubs his chin, thinking. So that means, Rhine shrugs. It means enchantments don't last long and they make weapons unstable. They break easier. Wait, so isn't this a terrible idea? Asks the man. Rhine nods. Yup. He points over his shoulder towards the top of the hill where an owl sits perched over a growing sprout. But it's fine if someone with a lot of magic does it. That'll break through the axe's normal levels and pump it full. It'll last that way. Heine nods. Get started, he says. I'm going to go grab an owl. Rhine finishes smearing the paste, mixed together out of drake talon dust and pure water, over the body of the axe. It's oddly goopy and drips everywhere. That should do it, says Rhine. Now you just need to do your thing. Heine holds the owl out in both hands. The creature clicks and hisses in annoyance, her head spun around to look straight back his way. It's just the one for tonight, promises Heine. Just to test it. Then we can go back to the tree, he says. The tree hasn't really become anything yet. It's just a little sprout. But she's deeply enamored by it and watches over it feverishly. The owl god lets out an annoyed hoot and turns her head back forward. Very well. Heine lets go of her and she climbs onto his hand and then flaps her wings down towards the axe. The paste, smeared over its body, begins to dry out immediately, pulling together into hard, thick, uneven layers like a poorly made cast. After she is done, Rhine takes a cloth and breaks off the crumbly, porous, hardened outer coat off of the weapon. Steel axe, treasure of the owl god. Quality normal composition. Steel blade axe, normal. Wooden handle leather wrap, black cloth wrap, black cord quality effects, chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Treasure of the owl god, +9 obscurantism, +9 wind DMG, +9 luck 6.3 physical DMG. Enchantment, nature. Enchanted with a powerful magical affinity for the element nature, this weapon has a chance of 0.3% with every strike to summon a bolt of lightning down onto the target. A long forester's axe, meant to be used with both hands. Its steel blade is keen and sharp. It feels very sturdy. The wood is of a rich hue, and the metal blade shines with a luster that seems to catch both the daylight and the moonlight particularly well. Made by Weaponsmith Volume, chosen of the owl god, weight 133 kg, durability 3939 value 3333 obles. Neat, remarks Heine. Rhine nods. Yup, neat. Hutilda hoots the annoyed owl that he is still holding onto, bending her head down to bite and nibble on his thumb. She looks up. Neat, she says, so that it will have been said a third time. She then goes back to biting Heine. Chapter 118. Codependent bodies creep and crawl around the hill, trying to find quiet places to go. It takes several days before the structure really begins to take shape. After about a week and a half, the plans and the outlines of the first walls have all been placed. The work on the road has been continued, so that it leads up towards the hill now. All of this happened in spite of the siege and the arrows, and the spells flying towards the city day and night. The sapling in the center of it all has begun to grow stronger and taller, its base showing the first hint of woodiness, as it changes from a green, pliant thing into something firmer and stronger. Heine watches as the owl god puts in a great amount of effort to prance around the sapling in some sort of odd dance. Feeling him watch, she stops, turning her head. Heine shrugs. Just watching. Who tilde hoots obscura. Do not fear. Obscura is not performing an alluring dance for the tree, says the owl god. He lifts an eyebrow. Well, guess I'm relieved then, he replies sarcastically. She doesn't seem to pick up on the tone. She nods, lifting her arms and shaking a leg. It is a magical dance. The tree will find it most pleasing and grow to reach out towards me, explains the owl god. Is that how trees work? Asks Heine jokingly. It is, replies the owl god matter-of-factly. Observe. She holds her arms out over the sapling, rustling her feathers above it as she continues her dance. Rhine walks by, yawning, carrying a sack of clothes over his shoulder as he is on his way to get changed. The boy stops, looking at her and the tree for a moment. Obscura scratches the top of his head, playing with his blue hair for a second before Rhine walks off without saying a word. See, asks the owl god. I am an irresistible Obscura. Huh, replies Heine, shrugging. He looks back down towards the tree. Did it just grow a little? It is a week later. Heine stands there with his hands on his hips, looking around in pride at the first room of the external house around the hill. An actual room, says a voice from next to him. Sokol. Wow, says Rhine. I missed having rooms. It's hardly been a few weeks, notes Heine, looking at the two of them. Sokol and Rhine have both wandered inside the room that belongs to the exterior house. They lay down on the floor, staring up towards the ceiling. Really? He asks. Sokol and Rhine both sigh. Being outdoors is nice and all, says Rhine. But I feel like I was getting a little paranoid, you know. He shakes his head, rolling it over the floorboards. Because of the literal war zone that we're living in, asks Sokol. Rhine shrugs. No, it's just the sky is like really big, you know. She rolls her head to the side, looking his way. Rhine is staring up toward the ceiling. Okay. Random, replies Sokol, looking back at the ceiling too. Rhine lifts a hand, pointing up at it. It's just nice having something above my head, especially with all of the weird monsters around here. It's fine, says Sokol. The monsters stay in the forest, so it's fine out here. Replies Rhine. I'm sure it is until it isn't. You know what? Asks Sokol. Since we don't have a dungeon here, we're going to start training you on the front lines. Rhine sits upright. Heine shakes his head. Sokol, you're not dragging Rhine into the war. I need him here for our work. Besides, he shouldn't be killing people at his age. Oh, don't be a baby, replies Sokol, sitting upright too. When I was his age, I already killed a few people. She knocks on Rhine's head. His personal development has stagnated. Heine raises an eyebrow. You know, Sokol, says the man, I'm not sure if you had the best upbringing, honestly. She waves him off, getting up and then yanking Rhine up to his feet. I turned out fine. Look at me now, she says, gesturing to the empty room. I have my own office and everything. It's just an empty room, Sokol, notes Rhine. She waves him off, walking to the door. That's because you don't have any imagination. That's why you wouldn't survive a day out here without your Auntie Sokol. Remember that, she says, leaving. Heine calls after her. Sokol, stop trying to force Rhine to become codependent on you. He sighs, the two of them standing there. Heine looks back towards Rhine, who is staring his way. What? He asks. I've been going to Seltsam to learn some bigger words now and then. Oh, says Rhine, surprised. Neat. Right, asks Heine, not willing to explain his true ulterior motives. Self-improvement is fine and all, but that's not really why he's doing it. Dent, says Heine slowly. Obscura hoots, nodding her head intently. She clicks with her mouth for a while, making several oddly excited hissing noises before she repeats the word after him. Codependent, says the owl god, pronouncing the co like she would do if hooting. Co, not ku, corrects Heine. It means when someone is overly reliant on someone else and can't function without them. The owl god nods, memorizing her new word for the day. They had been doing this little game of sorts for a while, ever since he had explained the word connotations to her months ago in the old house. The thing is that he honestly isn't exactly the greatest book learner in the world. It's not like he had ever gone to school or anything. So instead, he gets Seltsam to teach him new words now, and then that he can then, in turn, peddle as his own wares to the owl god. Codependent, says Obscura. He nods. My Heine is truly a wise creature, says the owl god. Perhaps she was often mistaken about his foolishness, she says, running a talon along his neck towards the collar of his shirt, holding on to it. I guess so, replies Heine, grabbing her hand. Get a room, you two, barks Sokol loudly from the other side of the hill. Heine blinks, looking back towards his not yet but sort of his already wife. He realizes that they just so happen to have a room now. He squeezes her hand, holding on to his shirt, and the two of them run off. I'm disgusted, says Sokol, looking at him. It is the next day. Don't be a baby, Sokol, says Rhine. We're all adults here. They look towards him before staring back at each other. Anyways, says Sokol, guess my office needs to be in a new room now that that one has been tainted. Please, says Heine, as if you're squeamish. I'm not, replies Sokol. But it's about the principle, she explains. It's like building a new toilet and then having a stranger be the first person to use it. It's wrong. Heine waves her off. Then I won't tell you about your old room in the old house. Sokol narrows her eyes. What about it? Nothing, replies Heine. I'm not going to tell you about it, she points at him. Explain, or I'm taking Rhine and moving into the forest. Heine shrugs. Well, you know, you and Rhine didn't move in for a while after we met, says Heine. We had the old house to ourselves for a long time. Oh no you didn't, snaps Eilig from the side. Do you know how often I had to go hide and cry in disgust while I was trying to fix things up? Sokol lifts a hand, rubbing Eilig's back with a finger in a consoling motion. Anyway, says Heine, let's get back on track here, he says. What's on the agenda for today? Fire, says Sokol. Sokol, she rolls her eyes. Fine. I'm checking out what businesses are left in the city, she says, looking around at the ruins. Not everyone left, and some people are still trying to scrape by. She rattles a small coin purse on her waist. This is our shot to make some easy connections. Sounds good. Me and Rhine are making repairs today, he says, watching as a cart pulls up to the side of the hill. The man points a finger to the side, towards the makeshift forge. The driver of the cart nods, waving once, and begins unloading the crate of damaged weapons and armor. Eilig and I are looking into the gods of the region, says Seltsam. Heine looks back towards the stack of crates that they've set up here for her to hide behind. A lot of the gods of this area never left it, she explains. They're definitely still involved in what's going on now, and with the owl god coming back home, as it were, there's definitely going to be some trouble eventually, knowing our luck. Good idea, says Heine. The owl god has the frogs as an enemy, he already knows that much. But there are surely other forces and factions at play in the deep forest that were very happy about both the frog and the owl gods leaving for the north. And I will tend to the little now bigger tree, says Obscura. Heine nods. Okay, sounds like a plan, everyone, he says. Let's get to work, and try not to get killed, he finishes, watching the daily explosions start to ring off all around the forest as the war effort resumes for another day. Chapter 119. The smeared-on gooey bond sticks to hard surfaces like liquid stone. Serpent's tooth large. Quality normal quality. Affects none a massive, yellowed tooth that belongs to a giant serpent that lives in the southern regions of the world. Despite being long detached from the body of the snake, it continues to drip with a thick, deadly venom. Weight, 4 kg value, 150 obels Heine whistles, looking at the massive tooth that lays on top of the workbench. Damn, says the man, considerably impressed as he looks at it. It reaches all the way from one end of the table to the other. Must have been one big snake. It was, replies Sokol, knocking against the yellowed tooth. She nods her head to the deep forest that has resumed exploding for the day, as the war effort progresses onward, spending the lives of hundreds of people a day to achieve what is perhaps the greatest stalemate of all time. Honestly, there doesn't even seem to be a point to the war at this point. Heine doesn't really understand why the humans don't just stay on this side of the forest, and the elves don't stay on their side. The result will be the same as it is now, and the whole mass death thing will come to an end. But he supposes that at the end of the day he just doesn't have a head for politics. Like I said, says Sokol, the forest is full of stuff you've never seen. She taps the tooth. These snakes, they get as big as houses. Rhine stands there and rubs his lip with the back of his thumb. So, what do they eat? He asks. To get so big? Oh, other snakes, replies Sokol dryly. Oh. Rhine stares at her and then at the tooth for a while. Is that it? He asks. I was expecting them to, I dunno, eat more exotic things than themselves. Sokol leans sideways, looking at him from up close. Rhine straightens up, becoming oddly stiff. Are you telling me that giant snakes the size of houses aren't exotic enough for you? She asks. Back in the north, the weirdest thing I ever saw was that slime that looked like a person. Wait, what? Asks Rhine. I don't want to talk about it, remarks Sokol, straightening herself back upright. Anyway, this is your work for the day, she says. Is it? Asks Rhine. He looks towards Heine. I thought we were doing repairs today. Heine nods, looking at Sokol. We're doing repairs today, remember, he says, reminding her. We just talked about it last night. Says Sokol, sounding somewhat disinterested. That would be true if you had anything here to repair, she notes. The cart should be here any minute, replies Heine, shrugging. Sokol shakes her head, pointing over her shoulder towards the front line. Cart's not coming, boss man. Or did you not see it? The driver and the Anka all get carried off by one single giant dragon this morning. Rhine looks past her towards the chaos. I might have missed that, says Heine. Sokol nods. I figured, she remarks, wiping a strand of dusty, blonde hair out of her face. That's why Auntie Sokol brought you this, she explains, nodding to the tooth and turning around. She nods. Well, that's my work done for the day. Bye, she says, waving them off and immediately leaving without any further context or clarification. The two of them watch her leave, and then Heine turns back towards the giant tooth. I try not to think about the money I pay her, he says, shaking his head. Gotta let go of the material things in life, you know, Rhine. Rhine doesn't respond. Heine looks over his way. The boy is still staring off into the distance. Boy, Rhine jolts together. Oh yeah, material things, he affirms. Avarice sure loves that kind of stuff, huh? He laughs, somewhat oddly quick and awkward. Heine stares at him, lifting an eyebrow. I'll get the forge started, he says, running off. Rhine, says Heine, we haven't even decided what to do with this yet. He looks him over. Did you sleep right? You seem a little off your game today. Rhine stares for a moment and then shakes his head. I'm fine, he says. Just need to start working, I think. He looks at the tooth. So what's the plan? Are we going to grind it down too, like we did with the Drake talons? No, I don't think so, replies Heine. We only did that because those talons were so small and fiddly. But this, he knocks on the tooth. This is more substantial. We'll make something out of this as is. Heine thinks for a moment. A spear, he says, deciding. A spear. Asks Rhine. Heine nods. The tooth is already mostly the right shape. He runs his finger along the mostly straight, conical thing. We'll flatten it and sharpen the edges. It'll be pretty easy, I think. He thinks about it for a moment longer, but it seems like the best idea for this particular monster bit. Let's get started. The tooth, being made of a hard but relatively brittle material, requires a certain level of caution while working with it in order to not break it apart. There's also the issue that teeth aren't solid masses of bone, as Ryan had explained to him. There's a lot more to a tooth than just that. So they need to carve the conical-shaped tooth down into a flatter edge of a spear's blade, but without going too deep so that they don't break the tooth apart by removing too much of its exterior material. This is a slow but fairly calm process. They're using a hobble, a tool usually reserved for carpentry. It's essentially a wooden block with a hand and a protruding blade, used to take off thin layers of a material by scraping it across its surface. Of course, given that the material of a tooth is somewhat different than normal wood, they've replaced the blade on the hobble with a custom-made adamant version that has little trouble cutting off fine, flaky bits of the tooth, leaving a rough, porous surface behind. The two of them take turns, as the process takes a while. Heine nods, looking at the flattened down head of the spear. It's still very, very thick for a spear, especially near the base, but he finds that it gives it a very interesting look. It's like someone took an entire lance and then just squished it down. It's gonna be pretty fragile like this, says Ryan. Heine nods, agreeing. Ryan points at the tooth's surface that has been scraped flat. This porous stuff here is going to break the moment it hits something hard, I think, he says. Look. There's nothing really structurally integral left. Yeah, says Heine, I've thought about that. He points at the back of the tooth where the root was. I want to reinforce the inside of it with metal. We can just pour it in, I think, he explains. Then the exterior here where all these holes are, I want to coat with something. Metal? Asks Ryan. Heine pauses for a moment. I think that would defeat the point, he says. If we make the exterior out of metal, then we could have just done that from the start. Well, the enamel on a tooth is one of the hardest parts of the body, says Ryan, but I don't think we can make anything like it. They consider their options for a while. Ryan looks around the area, his eyes landing on the construction site that is the rest of the house. What if we use cement? He asks. Cement? Asks Heine. Ryan nods, running a finger over the holes in the tooth. We'll just use a light coating here on the exterior. Not a lot, he explains. If we mix it right, it should be able to blend together with the tooth's enamel. Great idea, Ryan, says Heine, and the two of them set to work, commandeering some of the cement from the construction site. It's technically theirs anyway. It is several hours later. Heine and Ryan look over the coated serpent's tooth, which they have painted over in a thin, reinforcing layer of a special blend of bonding cement, and some other things that Ryan had thrown in, saying that they needed them for the materials to properly bind to the organic material. Heine didn't really understand it, but he just shrugged and trusted in Ryan's words, and it seems to have paid off. The tooth itself is rock solid and has been carved into a sharp blade with a small hole at its tip that poison continues to secret out of. They have reinforced the inside of the tooth with a lightweight blend of aluminum and steel. At the base of the top of the tooth, where the root once was, is now a threaded hole to allow the blade to be removed and replaced fairly easily. Although, Heine doesn't know how often this can happen, considering that it's a custom item with only one such blade in existence. But still, the design matters. It signals professionalism. Heine, meanwhile, has made a shaft for the spear out of rare wood from the old, ancient trees of the forests here. Go ahead, says Heine, nodding. It's all yours. Ryan smiles, sticking the shaft into the socket and then turns it into place until it hits base. Serpent's tooth spear treasure of the owl god poison, quality high composition. Giant serpent's tooth blade spear, high. Rare wood shaft, leather wrap, black cloth wrap, black cord quality effects, high. Plus 5% dex treasure of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Treasure of the owl god, plus 9 obscurantism, plus 9 wind DMG, plus 9 luck 9 physical DMG. Effect. All successful strikes apply stacking status. Deep poison 1. a strong, lightweight spear furbished out of the tooth of a giant serpent from the deep forests of the southern regions of the world, and an intricate, sturdy shaft made from rare wood. Deadly venom continuously drips from its tip. Made by weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the Owl God. Made by Rhine, the river wizard, follower of the Owl God. Weight: 1. 13 kg. Durability: 50/50 value: 5,000 obols. Heine nods, happy with today's project. They use some of the drake talon goo from the prior project to coat the weapon, and then deliver it to the Owl God to enchant, and then to Sockle to find a buyer for. By the time that all is said and done, it is late in the day. The war effort grinds down for another night, and Heine goes to bed. Content. Chapter 120. A little cold word with warm big sister Eilig. Heine sits there, watching the construction of their home continue. The walls are all standing now. The rooms of the exterior house are all in place. Sure, most of them are missing a roof and functionality, apart from 4 walls, but it's progress. The tree is growing with incredible speed and strength. It's now already, with the help of the Owl God, the size of a fully grown tree. But something is nagging at him. There's something inside of his mind that's hissing and clicking in annoyance in order to signal its dissatisfaction at something. He recalls the last time that he had felt this way, shortly before the assassin's attack in the other city. But he had felt this same sensation many times before too, and had simply attributed it to being one of those quirks that just sort of happen when you spend your whole life around the magically dominating presence of the Owl God. "What's with that ugly face?" asks a voice from the side. Eilig. Heine turns to look at her and lifts a finger. "It's inherited," he says. "That's why you have it too, sis." Eilig snorts. "Since when did you get a sense of humor?" she asks, flying in and landing down on his shoulder. "Dunno," replies Heine. "Must be all of the fresh air down here," he says. "Never thought I'd see it for myself," says Eilig. "What, the outside world?" "Yeah," she replies, nodding her head, her wings buzzing. Heine shifts his head, trying to look toward her without pressing her off with the side of his face. "And what do you think?" She sits there for a moment, looking out at the world that is visible all around them from up on the hill. "It's bigger than I thought." "Right?" he asks, looking back towards the forest that is alight in chaotic flames. "Anyways, I'm just brooding, as everyone always seems to like to say." "About what?" she asks. "The usual stuff that everyone broods about," he says. "There's something that's been bugging me," he explains. "But I can't put my finger on what the hell it actually is," says Heine. Eilig nods. "It reminds me a little of when I was kidnapped by the frogs and everything felt kind of like a dream." The man looks around himself. "I keep expecting to just see something to prove that it is. Like a door that doesn't belong somewhere, or an out-of-place face, just something dreamy, you know." He shakes his head. "But nothing ever shows up." Heine stands there in silence for a time, listening to the wings curiously buzzing next to his ears. "What do you think?" he asks. "I wonder if it's just the move." "How long has this been going on for?" asks Eilig. Heine thinks for a while. "A few months, I guess. 4, 5, he shrugs. "It's been a little while." He stops, thinking about the numbers. "Do they mean anything? 4 would be bad, of course, but 5 is an okay number, right? 5 belongs to Obscura, doesn't it?" "I see," says Eilig. "Don't worry about it, okay?" she asks. Her voice sounds a little strange, as if she were suddenly very interested in something. Heine raises an eyebrow, looking back her way. "You realize that you saying that is making me worry about it more, right?" "That's on you," replies Eilig, lifting a hand to push his face away. "Oh, that's smooth." "I shaved this morning," replies Heine, rubbing his cheek. "Not that there's much to shave with the scars." He looks back at the workers building the house. "I guess maybe it's also because I was hoping to figure out something here in this place by the forest," he says. "About where I came from as a baby." "Does it matter?" asks Eilig. She points to the side, to a house in the city. "What if it's that house there?" she asks, before turning her hand to the side to point at another one. "Or that one," the fairy points outward towards the forest. Or in one of the little villages in the forest itself? She lowers her hand. What's the point? I guess I just want to know where I came from, he replies. She shakes her head. You came from the house that she lived in, says Eilig, referring to his adoptive mother. Same as me. And before that, he asks, knowing that she won't tell him. Eilig is silent for a while. That doesn't matter, says the fairy after a moment of contemplation. Since it was before I was in your life, it's entirely irrelevant. Heine rolls his eyes. Thanks, Eilig, of course. How selfish of me to not see that. She rubs her hand over his cheek. Don't you worry. You'll always have your big sister to put you back where you belong when you're acting bigger than your boot size. Do you think that we're a dysfunctional family? Asks Heine. I think we're doing better than any of them, she replies, pointing at Rhine, Sokol, and the others who are standing at the bottom of the hill, starting their day. Heine looks at them for a time, realizing something for the first time. None of them have family left. Not Rhine, who had left his mother behind. Not Sokol, who is a loner to her core. Not Seltsam, who had been on the run her whole life as a monster, and not the owl god, who is the last of her kind. In a way, he's the only one who has someone left, someone here who has always been there. Eilig is the odd one out, isn't she? Heine narrows his eyes in thought. Her name has 5 letters, doesn't it? But wait, so does Rhine's, so that can't mean anything. Hey, she snaps her fingers in his ears. No brooding. Sorry. I was just thinking about you, she tilts her head. What a creepy thing to say when I'm right next to you. What can I say? Asks Heine. I'm a suspicious person, explains the man. People hold their bags closer when I walk down the street. More like paranoid, replies Eilig, rising up to her feet. The fairy stands on his shoulder. Listen, I know you want me to tell you what I know, but I can't, okay? It was a promise, and I don't break promises. Ever. She plants her hands on her hips, looking at him. Or are you trying to make your big sister a liar? It wouldn't be the first time I've been accused of trying to morally corrupt someone, notes Heine. Cute, replies the fairy. Listen, I meant what I said back months ago, she explains. You and I are family, we're the only ones, it's just us two. Sorry, Eilig, replies Heine. I'm a package deal these days. He nods towards the others. It's me and them or nothing. She lifts a hand. I'm not getting into it. I'm just telling you that no matter what happens, I'll look out for you. That's oddly ominous, replies Heine. What exactly is supposed to happen? She gestures to broadly everything around them. You don't even see it anymore, do you? Heine looks around the area. The war, she yells at him. You dummy, you dragged the people you're telling me you care about into the middle of a war zone. We're fine. She points to a man in the distance, being ripped across the landscape by an impossibly long, black, leathery arm that shoots out of the deep forest. I bet he was thinking that too a minute ago. They watch him vanish into the forest, his screams falling silent. Heine turns back towards her. The fairy rises up off of his shoulder, hovering in front of his eyes. She's really ruined you, you know? Asks the fairy. I mean, I hate people, but this is a bit grim even for me. The war will be over soon, says Heine, or it'll shift. This is just a temporary circumstance. A temporary circumstance. A temporary circumstance, affirms Heine. Eilig sighs, rubbing her face. You do see how callous you've become, right? She asks. It's like when we talked about how your wife eats people. 8, corrects Heine, past tense. Really? She asks dryly. Heine nods. The fairy shakes her head, closing her eyes for a moment. Looking back at him, she lifts a hand, holding it against the tip of his nose. For everyone else, you might be a lost cause, huh? But I'm not giving up on you yet. Don't worry. Things will get better soon, finishes Eilig. I promise, and I keep my promises. She looks around herself, staring vaguely at anything and everything. He has no idea what she's looking for. Heine shrugs. That seems like a very weird thing to say and to do, he says. Our family conversation's supposed to be this awkward and full of this much touching. At least you're not licking me anymore. Fair, replies Heine. Thanks, Eilig, I think, she nods, lowering her hand from his face. She looks at him for a moment and then without another word flies off. Heine stands there, not quite sure what exactly just happened here. He shrugs, best not to worry about it. But he still doesn't know what the hell it is that's bothering him. There's something missing somewhere. It's on the tip of his tongue, but he can't quite nail it down. Heine looks at the others, his eyes wandering over Obscura, Rhine, Sokol, Eilig, and Seltsam as they all set about their days. It's right in front of him, but he just can't see it yet. "Wait a minute," says Heine, a familiar sound, a word whispering through his head. "I've heard of that before," he says, thinking of a memory from his fake life in the frog world. Chapter 121. A foggy memory fills the Heine man's head. "What was I doing? I forget." Hutilda Heine hums as he walks, holding Obscura's hand. The two of them stroll around the northern side of the city, further away from the front lines. Catching himself doing so, he stops, blinks, and looks over towards her. Obscura looks his way. "Sorry," says Heine, not sure why he's apologizing. Maybe because it's embarrassing to hum in front of someone. Although he isn't sure how that makes sense, considering the very intimate nature and state of their relationship. One would think that something as banal as humming wouldn't be a big deal, but, well. Obscura shakes her head and quietly hoots in a sing-song tone, copying his rhythm as she continues walking along, pulling him after her. Heine, still a little embarrassed, scratches his cheek and looks away, but continues humming. The two of them move like that through the night, on one of their first romantic night walks in this new place. Heine stares around himself for a while as they walk. "You know, there was something that I wanted to do today," says the man, thinking about it. "But I can't remember what it was for the life of me." "Perhaps he wanted to buy pretty presents for me," asks the owl god, stopping to point in through a window of a clothing store. Heine looks at it and then her way. She's always only ever worn her brown robe now that he thinks about it. She's never seemed too interested in clothes at all. "I think we can make that work," he says, looking back to the window. "But that wasn't it," she clicks with her mouth. What could take up more space in his head than the radiant beauty of his loving Ob tilde sku tilde ra, asks the owl god. "Nothing," replies Heine, kissing her on the forehead. She hoots. "His brash honesty pleases me but causes my belly great discomfort." He rubs his forehead, looking up towards the sky. "I remember I was talking with Eilig before lunch," he starts. "She is doing very well, yes." "Yeah," replies Heine, nodding. "I'm really glad. I was worried about her, you know," he asks. The man looks around the ruined city. "It's pretty rough here, but at least this gives us a chance to really build up a new foundation together. All of us." "I agree," says Obscura, rubbing her thumb over his hand. "The time will soon come for me to reclaim the owl forest from the dirty frogs and things that creep," she says. "Oh, was this a priority?" asked Heine. "I had no idea." The owl god shakes her head. "My only priority is High tilde ni tilde ni and the others of our nest," she says. "But while I am here, I find it hard to resist the desire to write the past." He thinks about it for a while and nods. "Makes sense to me. Anyway, what was I talking about? You wanted to buy me a pretty dress." "Yeah, but after that," he thinks for a moment. "Oh yeah, Eilig, we were talking about some stuff and she was being all flaky and weird. Wouldn't give me a straight answer about anything," he shrugs. "But I guess that's normal for her." The owl god clicks with her mouth. "I had greatly underestimated her affinity for you during our first meeting," says Obscura. "She had once feared me, but now she becomes emboldened and troubles my Heine treasure without remorse." "Nobody is supposed to fear anybody here," says Heine. "We already talked about the whole demon thing, remember?" he asks. Obscura nods. "Besides, she's not troubling me, she's my sister." Obscura clicks a few times, hissing excitedly about something. "She's just kind of weird, but I guess it runs in the family," says the man. He shakes his head, looking at a broken window that somebody had smashed in. "Anyways, I keep missing the point I'm trying to make," he says. The owl god stops, looking at him as they stand out in the middle of a crossing, bathed in moonlight. There was this idea I had, says Heine. It was, he blinks. Damn, Obscura coos softly, holding one of his hands and gently rubbing the side of his head with the other. Heine has become old and forgetful with a frightening pace, says Obscura. He must not age any quicker. I have need of many more years from him. He nods. I'll try to stick to growing roughly 1 year older every year, he says, if I can manage. It would please me greatly. Poor Obscura, hoots the owl god. What will she do in the years not far from now when the Heine man has fallen to dust? He shrugs. I guess you're gonna have to look after our grandkids. She ruffles the feathers on her neck, fidgeting and then leaning in for a kiss. My belly feels as if it is full of squirmy worms, but I am deeply pleased with his romantic answer. Then I've done my part, says Heine, kissing her. He doesn't remember what it is that he wanted to do, but this is nice as it is. Besides, if it was really important, he would have remembered right. A day passes. The walls of the house are polished off as roofers arrive to start covering everything over. The rectangular structure will serve as their exterior base of operations. The guild, the forge, the connection to the road, and everything else will be there. Their private lives will be retreated back into the courtyard, into the house that will be built in the tree, which is growing at a significant rate. Well, I'll be, says Heine, staring at it with his hands on his hips. The tree that was a sturdy but small sapling just the other day is now what he would consider to be a real tree. It's gotten much taller and wider overnight, with strong roots pressing out around the hill. That god magic is wild stuff, huh? Asks Sokol, knocking on its trunk. Rhine, standing next to her, rubs his hands over the bark to feel it. It's not just god magic, Sokol, he says. All of the chaotic magic from the war is sinking into the soil, making it really fertile. That and all the blood, says the elf. Nods Rhine. But between those factors and the leylands, this entire region is just pumped full of juice, he says. The soil is going to be crazy fertile here for a long time. The owl god hoots. This is why we must work hard now, she says, to secure as much of this rare power as is possible before others realize the game of many screams being played. Sokol tilts her head, lifting an eyebrow. What an odd way to say it. No, she's right, Sokol, says Rhine. This kind of magical power is rare. Once the war cools off, people are going to be going crazy over the region. He nods. That's why it's smart for us to be here now, getting in on the game. He points down towards the north, towards a group of engineers working in the distance. The military knows about it too. They're setting up all sorts of wells in the safer areas. That seems like a bad plan, says Heine. With the elves pushing in and out all the time, they might be building a lot just for it to be torn down tomorrow. He rubs his chin before looking back at their own house. For a moment, he wonders if he should worry about it, but then decides not to. That's just the risk they're taking, says Rhine. But if the gamble pays off, it's gonna be a big win. He pokes down at the soil. With this kind of magic, this place is going to be a gold mine a decade from now. I bet even the nobles and the other gods will get in on it. A voice chimes in from the side. Seltsam. Actually, it might even let a dungeon spawn in the region, she says, adding on to Rhine's explanation. Heine turns around to look for her, but he can't see her. It would be a done deal then. All of them look up towards the top of the tree. Seltsam, are you hiding in the tree? Asks Heine. Maybe. How did you even climb up there? Asks Sokol. We've all been standing here the whole time. Rhine rubs his chin with the back of his lip, thinking. I'm very nimble, replies Seltsam. You all looked away for a moment and whoosh, up I went. They stare at the tree for a time. Was that weird? Asks Seltsam. Was that a weird thing to say and do? The leaves rustle. Sorry, I wanted to be a part of the conversation. Aw, says Sokol. Don't worry, Seltsam, says Rhine. You're not weirder than Sokol is. Sokol presses her knee into his side with an annoyed look on her face. You'll live to regret this, warns the elf. Nope, replies Rhine. He grabs her leg, suddenly yanking it to the side, and the two of them tumble down the hill, vanishing as they degrade into a new fight like siblings fighting over an unimportant slight. Heine and Obscura watch them wrestle their way down. "Anyways," says Heine, "Seltsam, the new library should be done today," he says. "Make sure you keep an eye on the workers to make sure they do it right." "You got it," says the voice from up above. A talon presses itself lightly against his chest. "And you will make many pretty, sharp things today, yes?" asks the owl god. "Many, many weapons," Heine nods. "I guess so," he replies. "Not sure what else I would be doing." The owl god hoots, pleased. The three of them split up to set to their tasks for the day. Meanwhile, Rhine and Sokol continue to scrap for another 20 minutes or so, until they tire themselves out. Heine, meanwhile, does his best to remember what the hell it is that he wanted to do, but he just can't think of it. Oh well. He'll just ask Eilig next time he sees her. The man looks around the area, not seeing a trace of her blue glow anywhere. Weird. Chapter 122. The smell of dusty divinity lingers in the air, penetrating many damp nostrils. A week has passed. Heine stands before the glowing forge, hammering away at a piece of metal, meant to make the final link of a chain for a flail. The forge itself is now fully enclosed once again, having taken up the shape of a room, as are all of the other rooms of the exterior house. It's finished. It's unfurnished, but finished. Attached to the primary entrance is the area that is going to serve as a restaurant and guild. Just as before, with their rooms for rent to the side, immediately downstairs. The bath is this way too, being a half indoors and half outdoors construction. Everything that an adventurer needs is right there, by the door, which will keep them nicely corralled. Not that there's a dungeon in this region, which means adventurers are sparse. But with the abundance of wild magic here in this area, it's projected to be an insanely active wild monster spawning zone after the war. This will mean that by the time everything stops here, they'll be situated at the right place with the right stuff to catch the first wave of people coming back down south. And not just adventurers. Even the normal people of the city who have lost their old homes to the destruction will be able to stay here. On the side is Seltsam's library, whereas before, customers will be able to borrow books or simply have sections of a book transcribed. Again, after the destruction here, books are few and far between in the rubble of the burned houses. Books are valuable, but also cumbersome. It's very likely that a lot of them were left behind to be destroyed by the people fleeing. It's another edge in the new market to come. Add in the repairs, the weaponsmithing, and the questboard to come, and they'll be swimming in money as the central hub of the newly rebuilt city when the time comes. Sure, things are a little rough now, but once this has all blown over, they'll be living in paradise. Heine hammers away. They'll hire a few workers to keep the workload reasonable and then just coast off of that for a while the owl god continues to gain power so that they can. Heine blinks, realizing that he doesn't actually know why. He supposes for the same reasons as always, to dominate the frogs and to reclaim her ancestral home, so that's all stayed the same. He does wonder, though, apart from the frogs, which other gods are a problem. He's managed to stay away from them all so far, but from what he's understood, the exclusion of the owl god from the southern regions was caused by the frogs, but supported by other powers that be. Many others have simply crawled in to fill the void left behind, and they're very unlikely to want to just relinquish their new powers. Heine continues with his work. Next to the restaurant is also a separate room, for those who prefer a quieter atmosphere. The biggest issue with the old restaurant was just how loud and chaotic it always was, which is fine and all for a lot of people. But many adventurers, especially casters, prefer a more secluded atmosphere. With a separate space with softer chairs and design, a tea room of sorts, people will be able to order some drinks and relax in a quiet place. There is, of course, a vault as before, but this will still take a little while to make, as it isn't being made by Sokol's people but instead by a professional security engineering team in the military. It's a real hush-hush project. Not even he's allowed to look at it. Only the owl god herself is able to inspect the process of construction, which is a little unusual as far as he can tell, but that's how the military does things. And as for Sokol, she has an office of her own now too. She's not going to be working the front desk for a while, because of the animosity towards elves that's present down here. So she'll sadly have to take a quieter role for a while. But she didn't seem to mind, saying that she was burning out from the work at the front anyway. The owl god, of course, has an altar too, just behind the restaurant, which acts as a central hub of sorts for the whole exterior house. This is a little more dignified than having her sit in what amounted to a beer hall all the time. Plus, it's easier for her introverted personality, since it will be a quieter and more secluded space. As for Eilig, her small fairy nests are dotted all throughout the house. She doesn't have any issues anymore and is growing back to a healthy weight by the looks of things. But it's still not a bad idea to give her places to hide and retreat. Finally, Rhine has the room opposite of Sokol's. It's a fairly intricate training room of sorts, built to military standards for a training arena. There are strikeable dolls and targets and lots of various mats and ropes and things of that nature. Since there isn't a dungeon here and the forest is too dangerous to wander in at the moment, he had wanted this to be able to continue his physical training, which he really seems to have found an affinity for. Heine wipes his forehead, concluding his thoughts. That's about everyone, right? He looks around the room, feeling something nagging him. No, there's something else, isn't there? Oh, right, says Heine to himself, shaking his head. The doorman, Erik, he's here too. The man hadn't asked for anything at all. So Heine made him a chair. It's better than standing all day. He always just sort of exists on the side. He's tried to understand the man, but he just can't get his head around him. He never takes any breaks or joins for any meals or talks. He just sort of guards the door and then he goes home. Although his home is now here, he has a room of his own too. But damned if he's ever seen him go in there. Even now, with the new guild still closed, he's just sort of standing there by the front door. People are odd, he supposes. Heine whistles, hooting a little to himself as he finishes the flail by hammering the last link of the chain shut. Rarewood adamant flail treasure of the owl god nature. Quality high composition. Rarewood hilt adamant flail steel chain steel fastening leather wrap black cloth wrap black cord quality effects high. Plus 5% dex treasure of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon title effect. Treasure of the owl god. Plus 9 obscurantism, plus 9 wind DMG, plus 9 lightning DMG 9 physical DMG, effect. Flails negate all shield def. A heavy adamant flail with a sturdy, decorative and smoothly polished rare wood handle. Made by Weaponsmith Heine, chosen of the owl god. Weight, 0, 333 kg durability, 90 value, 9,000 obols. Does something smell like owl? Asks Sokol, sniffing the air as she looks around the room. Sokol, begins Heine. Everything always smells like owl, explains the man. I don't even notice anymore. Sokol waves him off, walking around the room. Sure, says the elf, but that was the old house. Those old bones really had time to let the smell of owl sink into them, she says. But this place is brand new, literally. We watched them make it. Heine shrugs, looking around. I mean, what can I say, he asks. You're sharing a roof with the owl god. Things are going to smell like owls. It's just what it is. The elf narrows her eyes. Oh gods, do I smell like owls? She asks, sniffing her shirt. Oh yeah, says Rhine from the side. You have it real bad, Sokol, but you've always smelled like a barn. She turns her head, glaring at him. Rhine lifts a finger, spinning it. You're basically a farmer. Owls don't live in barns, twerp. Rhine smiles a smug, confident smile. What about barn owls, Sokol? He ducks out of the way as the pen she was holding flies past him and sticks into the wall. Welp, there's the first structural damage, sighs Heine. What about shut your yap, asks Sokol. What about it, asks Rhine, dusting himself off. A piece of owl fluff falls off of his shoulder. Sokol walks towards him, pressing a finger against his forehead. Why don't you make me? He asks bravely. Sokol narrows her eyes, leaning in down towards him. The pact is sealed. Huh, asks Rhine. Without a word, Sokol stands back upright and silently walks out of the room, leaving the two of them standing there. Rhine watches her go and then turns back towards Heine in confusion. What was that? A warning, replies Heine. Why do you two always fight, Rhine? Rhine shrugs. Dunno, it's fun, so I guess we just kind of do it, he guesses. I don't think it's serious, explains Rhine. He rubs the back of his head. It's just kind of what we do, you know. Fair enough, replies Heine. The two of them really do seem to have some sort of sibling rivalry going on in a way. He supposes that he appreciates it. This might be what Obscura was talking about Rhine needing more of in his life. Just don't get too roughed up. I need you in the forge later. We have another set of armor to repair. Okay, replies Rhine, turning to leave. Oh, I'm cooking dinner tonight. It's my turn. Looking forward to it, says Heine, watching as Rhine walks out of the door. The boy steps through the doorway, walking straight into a thin wire that was there, which wraps itself around his neck. Rhine lets out a choking noise, grabbing it. Heine sighs, walking over and looking past Rhine's shoulder up to Sokol, who is awkwardly splayed out to hold herself upright above the doorway with a garrote in her hands. Sokol, play fair. No weapons, says Heine. If you're going to choke an adolescent, then do it like a real man or elf or whatever. You know what I mean. Sokol tisks, turning her head to the side. Fine. Heine steps past them as Rhine pulls the wire off from around his neck and jumps up, grabbing the hem of Sokol's vest, tearing her down from above. The man listens to them scuffling around in a fight which is most definitely scratching the new hardwood floors. But that's life. You can't sweat the small, excruciatingly expensive things. He smells the air. It really does smell like owl, though. Chapter 123. The quiet ways of the most flexible of owls. Heine lifts his hands up towards the sky, feeling a pop in his back. He catches himself swearing, stopping before he starts. Thank you, says Seltsam, standing behind the large tree atop the hill. Heine continues the movement, bending down to try and touch his toes, which he vaguely kind of comes close to doing. It's easy, says Sokol, leading the exercise and having no trouble at all doing so. Yeah. Easy for you to say, says Heine. He looks up towards the elf who is leading what is supposed to be a concept for a new group activity in the mornings, stretching. Although he isn't convinced that he's a fan, he has no idea where she got the idea from, but he's willing to give anything a go. The others all wanted to think of something to do too. Flexibility is important, starts Rhine, standing next to him. He bounces down somewhat, touching past his toes to the ground. Don't bounce, says Sokol. It's bad for your tendons. Oh, sorry, says Rhine, slowing himself down and just holding his palms flat against the grass. He looks back over to Heine. If you have a lot of muscle but you don't stretch or work on your flexibility, it will cause a lot of problems with your posture and health as you age. He lifts a hand, pointing at the back of his knees. These tendons all over your body need to be kept at a healthy level of flexibility. The way this feels, it can't be healthy, replies Heine. Okay, and back up, says Sokol. Heine sighs in relief, pulling himself back upright. Sokol places a single foot ahead of herself, puts her hand on her hip, and leans forward. And now let's move on to the hips, she says. Heine moves on foot ahead of himself, trying to hold his balance as he leans into the movement that seems like it should be easily doable. But before he even gets close to moving as far forward as Sokol is, he feels a tight pull on the inside of his upper leg that stops him. Heine strains himself, pushing a bit further. You seem fine with this, he says, looking to his side at Obscura. The owl god is easily mimicking Sokol's movements, in some cases going out of her way to over-exemplify them. Heine can only assume that this is to establish some sort of dominance over the elf. They've always had an odd spat here and there about social hierarchies. This is because there is nothing more graceful than ob tilde sku tilde ra, says the owl god, proudly, lowering herself down. Do you even have the same joints and stuff that we do? Asks Rhine from the side. Do these stretches even count if you do them? Who tilde? Hoots the owl god, her head turning his way in an instant. Rhine shrugs. I just mean, you know, with your bird's legs and all and Never mind, he says, looking at Obscura, who is hissing and clicking with her mouth the entire time. Stand your ground, Rhine, says Heine, wobbling his way deeper into the stretch, closing an eye as he fights through the discomfort. It's a valid question. Silence, hoots the owl god. And switch, says Sokol, switching legs. All of them switch their legs, trying to do the same stretch again from the other side. Of course they count, argues Obscura. They count 3 times 3. The stretches of beautiful Obscura count as often as her number of legs. Wait, what? Asks Heine. Foolish river boy, says the owl god. You may be growing strong and tall like this beautiful tree, says Obscura, which is given since I have nurtured you both. She looks his way. But your mind has been corrupted by the smell of socks. Huh? Asks Rhine. A voice comes from behind the tree. I think she's saying that Sokol is a bad influence on you, says Seltsam. Heine looks towards it. She's joined in on the stretches too, but he can't even begin to imagine what exactly that looks like. Although he had seen her back in the old library when they had all confronted her. Looking back on it, it seems odd that he didn't get turned to stone like Eilig or Claydit had, but he had just attributed it to a quirk of the owl magic affecting him. Somebody had explained it back then, but he honestly doesn't remember any more what the exact details were. Okay, says Sokol. And now we're moving on, the same thing as before but from side to side. Sokol, are all of these leg stretches? Asks Heine. What? Asks Sokol. Stretches, these are the warm-ups for the stretches, we're working our way up. Agrees Rhine from the side. You shouldn't stretch extensively when your muscles are cold, he explains. You'll risk getting a tear. I'm learning so much today, sighs Heine, trying to figure out how to place his feet to achieve Sokol's stance. He looks up towards the sky, past the many long branches of the tree that have begun to grow around its crown area. Heine spends the early part of the next day making furniture for the exterior structure. While the engineers had gone above and beyond to create the frame, all of the internal stuff is theirs to deal with, apart from the forge, which had a high priority. The restaurant needs booths and chairs and tables. Heine spends his day making these out of rare wood from the forest. It's honestly not so rare down here. In fact, it's essentially the only kind of wood. But in the north, this stuff was worth a fortune. He looks at the block of wood in his hands and shrugs, tossing it over his shoulder into a pile meant for firewood as he returns to his work. It is the day after that. Heine is in the altar room. It must be high and beautiful, hoots the owl god. She lifts a hand to cover her face with a piece of fabric from her sleeve. A majestic, mysterious perch for the majestic mise tilde terry tilde ooze tilde me. Got it. A stick nailed to the wall and some beads. She clicks with her mouth, lifting her sleeve. Please, asks the owl god. You will make a throne befitting of my majesty, yes. Sure thing, replies Heine. I gotta ask though, he looks at her. She tilts her head sideways, observing him. Is this really about re-establishing yourself as a dominant presence in the South, he asks. The South, asks Obscura. She lifts a taloned hand, holding it against his chest. The South belongs to the owls as it always has, says Obscura. There are merely vermin in it, frogs, she hoots. Heine nods, frogs. But the lands that belong to my own do not satiate my hunger, explains the owl god. I want it all. Yeah, that checks out, says Heine, shrugging. I'm not sure I can make enough weapons to make you strong enough to fight against a god like avarice or death for territory, though, says Heine. You know how many coins there are. Each of them has the guy's face printed on it. He shakes his head. That's why I let Sockle do the money stuff. That is where you are mistaken. Your thoughts are lost in sock water, says the owl god. Obscura has many games hidden in her sleeves, says the owl god, lifting an arm. And her sleeves are very long and there is not a single sock in them. I guess so, says Heine, looking back up towards the room, trying to envision what the altar should look like. Frogs, mutter both of them at the same time. It is the day after that. Heine is working in the library. A lot of the shelving is set up and ready, but the workers only did the bare minimum. It's up to him to really finish out the details. A little higher, like this, asks Heine, lifting up a shelf. Perfect, replies Seltsam. Thank you, Heine nods, fastening the shelf into place. There's a cutting sound of paper from behind him. Seltsam is working on labeling the shelves with strips of paper and glue. By the way, have you seen Eilig lately? Asks Heine, looking around the library. She was acting all weird a few days ago and I haven't seen her since. Eilig, asks the voice from behind him. There is a shuffling of steps around for a moment. Yeah, replies Seltsam. I saw her yesterday, actually. Is she up to something? Asks Heine. I feel like she's up to something. I can't tell you, replies Seltsam. But she's fine. Heine raises an eyebrow, looking at the shelf behind himself. Is this another secret? He asks. Why do you people all have so many secrets? The library is quiet for a time, barring some shuffling of paper. Sometimes you have to keep secrets, says Seltsam, because it's for a good reason. Heine rubs the back of his head, staring towards the direction of her voice. Seltsam, you know I saw you back then, right? He asks. When we cornered you in the old library. Yeah. She replies. Thanks for not telling anyone. Sure, says Heine. I get it, he replies, tapping his face. But how come I didn't get turned to stone? He asks. The snipping of paper stops, the scissors halfway through the page. Sometimes you have to keep secrets, says Seltsam. The scissors snap shut. Chapter 124. The Heine man and the river boy look for a loaf in the land of the dead. A week has passed. The tree has grown incredibly large. It has already surpassed the size of any tree that he had ever seen back in the old Big Now Small forest in the north. Heine stands there, his hands on his hips as he stares, impressed. It had exploded in growth overnight. Massive roots span out through the hillside, lifting up pieces of sediment as the massive thing burrows down towards the ground. Do you think this is going to be a problem? Asks Rhine. Nope, replies Heine right away, without even asking for any further context. Rhine rubs his lip with the back of his thumb. I just mean, you know, because it's kind of an obvious target, asks Rhine. He points to the forest. You bet the elves are wondering what we're up to up here. Gardening, replies Heine. It's not our problem what they're wondering about. The front hasn't moved an inch from that tree line since we got here. I mean, sure, replies Rhine. But you know, I'm just saying. Heine nods, setting a hand on the boy's shoulder. I hear you, Rhine, says the man. I'm confident that they're too concerned about whatever they have going on there to bother with us and a big tree. The two of them stand there as a burning boulder, launched from a siege weapon, hurtles over their house and the tree. Rhine lifts a finger. Heine shakes his head. That was just a stray. Come on, Rhine. Let's go get some breakfast, says the man, walking down the hill. Remember that bakery we saw when we first looked at the city? Yeah. I think I saw the baker the other day, replies Heine. Alive and well. Neat, replies Rhine, running after him. Those are strong qualifications for a baker. They're strong for any job, really, replies Heine. Rhine catches up to him, walking at his side. What about an undead lick or something? It's not a job, replies Heine. They don't pay you for becoming an undead monstrosity. Oh, really? Asks Rhine. Yeah, replies Heine. In this market, you have to become an independent monstrosity if you ever want a chance to make it. Rhine thinks about it for a moment as the two of them walk into the exterior house in order to walk through it. I'll consider it whenever I get confronted with that life choice. Good man, says Heine, walking out of the front door. There's an arrow stuck in it on the outside. The two of them stop looking at it. "Just a stray?" asks Rhine, stepping out. "Just a stray," replies Heine, shutting the door. The two of them head to the bakery. "Hello?" asks Heine, looking inside the front room of the bakery. It's dark inside. There is nobody there. He knocks on the already open door, pushing it further open. "Hello?" asks Heine a second time, raising his voice. "There's nothing left," calls a voice from the back. "Everything's already been commandeered." "Command what?" asks Heine, stepping inside. "Listen, do you have bread or not?" He digs into his pocket, pulling out some coins. "I have money." A head looks around the corner. Heine recognizes the man as being the one he presumes to be the baker. His face goes pale. "Gods have mercy," yells the baker, vanishing back around the corner. He screams. There's a sound of a door slamming. Heine and Rhine stand there. "What the hell was that?" asks Heine, looking at Rhine. Rhine shrugs, looking back his way. Maybe he's scared of you," asks Rhine. "Me?" asks Heine, looking at the coins in his hand and then back at Rhine. "Why the hell would he be?" The man stops for a while. "Oh, it's the scars." "Right," Rhine shrugs. Heine stares at the room for a while. This was a problem so long ago for him that he hasn't even bothered thinking about it for such a long time. The scars and the severity of them had shaped and molded his life for a very long time. They had caused him to become such a severe recluse, always avoiding people everywhere he went. But since those days that now feel like a very, very long time ago, he hasn't even entertained the notion that he's odd or even frightening. Everybody always just treats him like a normal person. "So, there's no bread," calls Heine out into the back room. There is no response. "Guess not," sighs the man, putting the coins back into his pocket. "I was really looking forward to having bread again," says Heine. "All of these military rations are hell on my stomach." "Yeah," says Rhine. "You gotta drink a lot of water with them. They're super salty." Heine nods his head. "We'll look around for something else. Come on." Rhine and Heine walk down the main street of the city. Ruined buildings are on either side of them. Glass and rubble litter the way, having been only crudely pushed to the side to allow carriages to travel through, relatively unhindered. "Oh, look, there's one," says Rhine, pointing to the side. Heine and him walk over to the other bakery. It looks like there was a fire inside. "Think they're closed?" asks Heine, looking at the charred wood. "Gonna say yes," replies Rhine. "Man, it sure is hard to find bread around here." "Right," asks Heine. "It's just a little war. You don't see us shutting down our operation," says the man, stepping over what looks like an old, broken jewelry box. "Some people have no work ethic, Rhine." "What about that one over there?" asks Rhine, pointing to the end of the road. Window shutters slam shut in one of the houses as they walk past. The two of them head to the third bakery they've seen so far. Occasionally, they'll see an odd person or two shuffling about. But as soon as they make eye contact, those people always vanish behind doors or into alleyways. They look at the third bakery. It's just empty. There isn't any furniture left inside. Everything has been removed from the counters to the ovens. It looks like these people moved to the north. "Well, damn," says Heine. "Maybe we can ask Seltsam," suggests Rhine. "I'm sure she can teach us how to make flour and bread and stuff." Heine shakes his head. "I'm sure she can," he replies. "But we don't have the time for that. Buying bread is one thing, but I can't be asked to make it." Rhine looks around the outside of the building, poking his head into an alley full of old crates, covered in scorch marks and burns. It looks like whoever was loading these had to leave very quickly because of some chaotic event. "Hey, look," says Rhine. "There's a bunch of old wheat and flour here," he says excitedly, looking over his shoulder. Heine takes a look. "Nice," he says. The man pulls 3 coins out of his pocket and sets them into the crate, hoisting out a sack of flour over his shoulder. "Talk about blind luck." He nods his head. "Let's get this to the baker." Nods Rhine, closing the crate back shut. "Hello," calls Heine into the dark bakery that they were at before. "We have flour," says the man, stepping inside. No response. He drops the heavy sack onto the front counter, looking around the bleak space. "We have flour and money. What more do you want?" asks Heine. "Give me a break." The door crashes open from the back. The baker runs out, howling, holding a religious symbol of a local deity in his hands. Begone, foul spirit," cries the man, waving the thing around in front of Heine's face. Heine stares at him, then down at Rhine, and then back at the baker. "So, about that bread?" asks Heine. Rhine nudges him. "I think he thinks you're a ghoul," Heine sighs. "I'm not a damn zombie. Get that thing out of my face," he says, pushing the baker's arm to the side. The baker screams, pressing himself back against a wall. Heine taps his fingers against the counter, waiting for him to stop. "Well?" he asks after a long, dramatic moment. The baker looks at him as he taps the sack of flour and a few coins. Heine and Rhine sit back down, having arrived at home. "Talk about pulling teeth," says Heine, as he sits down at their table, which is down below the base of the tree. Despite being a foot apart from it when they left this morning to find a bakery, the trunk of the tree is now touching the table. He scoots the table to the side again, giving the tree some room. "Some people just don't have any sense for business." "At least we got the bread," says Rhine, setting down a large loaf onto the table. "I've never worked this hard for bread in my life," says Heine. "They have bread?" asks a voice from up in the tree. Heine looks at the owl god, who is sitting there on its high branches, spinning her face to examine them. "It has been many days since I ate loaf intestines." Heine gestures to the bread. She hoots. "Loaf what?" asks Rhine. "She likes the inside, but not the crust," replies Heine. "Oh, huh," replies Rhine, looking to the side. "I guess I'll get Sockle and hay." He looks to the side as Sockle stealthily drops down from the tree, ripping the cut-off slice of bread out of his hand. I heard there's bread," asks a voice from behind the tree, as Rhine and Sockle run off, chasing after each other. Heine nods, getting the chairs ready. He looks down at his chair, the one he always sits in. There's a mark resembling a skull etched into it. He tilts his head, examining it. After a moment, he rubs it away as best as he can and sits down. It's nothing worth worrying about. Chapter 125. The frog song that fills the night tells us of the shadow to come. It is close. Heavy thunder rolls through the night air, cascading across the silenced warscape. The voices inside and around the dense forest have now died down, leaving only the soft hooting of an owl and the distant croaking of shrill frogs audible beyond the pouring rain. Heine, standing under the cover of the growing tree, stares into the little dollhouse that hangs there from a rope, swaying in the wind. But there's nobody home. The man exhales, looking around the area. It's pitch black. Only campfires and the occasional piece of magic fill the night with any essence of light. It's not too unusual for Eilig to vanish for a while. She's done it before a few times, although in one of them she had been turned to stone. But still. Heine rubs his head, not sure if he should be worried or not. He assumes Eilig knows what she's doing. But still, he doesn't like having his people be anywhere but here in his immediate vicinity. "Damn," mutters Heine as he realizes that he may have become clingy. Or maybe he's just over-attaching now that he has something to attach to. His eyes wander the night. "What is the matter?" asks a voice from above him. Heine lifts his head, looking at the large, yellow eyes hovering just above him. The owl god floats there upside down in her half-human form. She turns her head to look at the doll house. "Do you miss the Isig fairy?" "Guess so," says Heine, shrugging. The owl god floats downward, hovering sideways in front of him. "Am I not enough to fill your heart?" she asks, holding her hands by her face. "Nope," replies Heine. She hoots in offense, clicking with her mouth. "Don't get me wrong, you're number 1 or a 3, says Heine, reaching out to touch her. "I want everything now," he shrugs. "What can I say? You rubbed off on me." Obscura sighs, lowering herself down to land on the grass. "Do you want to go and look for her?" "Where?" asks Heine. "She can fly, she could be anywhere," replies the man. "Wherever he wishes," says the owl god. We will walk through the city and then through the forest, yes. Heine shakes his head. No, thanks, he says, grabbing her hand. There's no point, she's not gonna be there. He looks up to the tree, it's grown massive. Would you like to look for her from up there? Asks the owl god. Heine feels something grabbing his arms and his feet lift the ground as they rise up into the air. He looks down at his dangling feet and then back up to her, as she rises towards the top of the large tree, not even having transformed out of her current shape. Since when were you strong enough to lift me like this? He asks. They rise up into the thick foliage of the giant tree, floating through several heavy branches, before coming to land on the highest one up that has a good view out over the landscape. Looking down, Heine clambers onto the branch, leaning back against the trunk of the tree where he feels a little more secure. Obscura lands next to him, somewhat further out, and lays back, laying her head on his lap. The two of them stare at each other for a time, his hand finding its way to the top of her head to pet it. She hoots. The two of them turn their gazes out over the night-washed landscape. So, why are you up here hooting by yourself? Asks Heine. Should I be worried about competition? Fool, says the owl god, leaning her head back to snap her teeth at his fingers that he pulls back just in time. My heart belongs to you, says Obscura. Do not forget this, she warns, placing a talon against his heart. Forget what? Asks Heine playfully. She rolls her eyes and looks back out over the world. His hand rests itself back on top of her head, running itself over it. Listen, she says. Heine listens. The frogs, you mean? He asks, looking towards the forest from where the croaking comes. There's probably a pond or a river out there. She reaches up, grabbing his hand from her head, pulls it down to her face and starts nibbling on the side of it. No. Asks Heine, leaving his hand behind as he looks back towards the forest. She bites down one more time before pulling the side of his palm back out and placing it above her head. Hi tilde ni tilde ni may be three, but his three are heart, body, and soul, says the owl god. His mind is the fourth, and so it sometimes fails. Does it? He asks. Fear not, however, says the owl god, for you will always have me to fill your gaps. Isn't that my job? He remarks, nudging her. An instant later, a cloud of feathers fills his vision as she vanishes in a dusty explosion. Heine looks around himself, not seeing her, but the hissing, clicking above his head gives away that she's above him. Lifting his gaze, he looks at the two wide, yellow eyes glaring down from above, attached just above a snipping beak. Crude. Heine is crude, like foul frogs. I mean, come on, that one was right there, he says. I had to go for it. She hisses at him, and the two of them stare at one another for a while once again. So, the owl god hisses again and then vanishes into the foliage. Heine stares for a moment longer. It's quiet. She pops her head back out. So, wicked Heine, says the owl god. The frogs have never croaked on nights before this one, no, she asks. Heine considers it. He doesn't recall hearing any frogs, actually. He looks back towards the forest. They sing of the return of Queen Obscura, says the owl god. They have heard, and so their croaks fill the forest with fear. Well, damn, says Heine. Do we have to be on the watch again? He asks. I was hoping the whole frog thing was done for, honestly. He thinks about it for a moment. Then again, they do have one more shot left, the frogs. Their fourth attempt at stopping them, at kidnapping him, hasn't taken place yet. Maybe he's been too hopeful. Of course, they're not going to just drop it. Win or fail, they have to try the fourth time. It's just the nature of the beast. The forest reeks of dirty frogs, says Obscura. Their slimy odor sticks to the trees and stains it with swamp water. I'll tell Sokol and the guards, says Heine. You don't think Eilig's in there, do you? He asks. Obscura clicks with her beak a few times. It is not for me to say, she replies. But the fairy wouldn't go anywhere without reason, explains the owl god. The world is large and she is very, very small. It is a great danger and she knows this. Heine runs the back of his head, feeling bad. So whatever it is that Eilig is out there doing, likely for his sake if she's to be believed, is a risk. There is little that we can do tonight, says the owl god. The frog song hints that they are not ready for anything, she explains. The owl climbs down the trunk of the tree, finagling herself along with her beak and her talons as she lowers herself back to him. So let us stay up here for now and rest, yes, she asks. In preparation for when the tree is large enough for all. Heine reaches out, grabbing her, and leans back against the trunk of the tree. The small owl ruffles its feathers, pulling itself into a dense ball that he holds against his stomach. "Just don't let me fall," says the man, closing his eyes. Something nibbles on his fingers in response. Chapter 126. Frog Song's soft music plays hauntingly in the distance. It is carried by the melodic voice of a singing piano, coming from far, far off beyond where the shadows, which his feet move across, begin. A soft crackling of warm fires can be heard, the pops and snaps echoing around the far too large room that he finds himself inside of. "Ah, hell," mutters Heine to himself, coming to wakefulness as he feels a familiar pull. The man stops dancing, finding that this time nobody is there to accompany him. Heine blinks, rubbing his face to look around the space that he's in. He was just at home talking to Rhine about some stuff, and now he's here. He narrows his eyes, his mind shooting to dire lucidity. "Frogs," hisses the man beneath his breath. So it's finally time. The frogs have finally made their move against him, their fourth move, the last one that they have left. He looks around himself. He's in the palace, as he's called it so far for lack of a better term. It's the large, empty hall that he had found himself in during those dancing dreams he had been transported to months and months ago. This is where he assumes that the big frog, who he has heard nothing from since then, resides. "I already told you," says the man, talking to the emptiness. "I'm already spoken for, and you just aren't my type." His words move across the grand chamber, but he doubts that they even come close to reaching the end, let alone echoing, despite the vast emptiness. Heine looks around himself, waiting to wake up, assuming he will do so at any minute, as had been the case the last times he was here, upon realizing the nature of the dream. But he doesn't wake up. Heine looks down at himself, pinching his arm. It hurts. He moves his fingers, looking at them. They move exactly as he would expect them to, outside of a dream. "Shit," mutters the man. "Has he been kidnapped again? How?" With the military guarding their house, with Obscura's growing power, with everything that's going on, how the hell did the frogs get to him? He has to get out of here. He has to see if the others are all okay. Heine looks around himself. The ballroom is shadowed, illuminated only by the cool night glow that comes in through windows, which are far too tall and high to reach or make use of. There is a crackling of fire, but he doesn't see anything. All he sees is a vast, empty, marbled-floored room with a grand, ornate door on either side of it. He lifts his finger, pointing at one of them, and then bounces back and forth between the doors 3 times, until he picks the one he had pointed at first and starts walking towards it, having chosen it at random. 5 minutes later, he reaches the end of the room and the door, which has gotten big enough for a giant to traverse through. The man, to his surprise, has no trouble opening the massive door, which is taller than the old house was. Everything goes white. "SHH," hushes the woman, holding a finger softly against the mouth of the baby that she's holding in her arms. "SHH," she repeats, humming a soft song. She's standing in a small, somewhat messy room that appears to make up the full entirety of a small cottage, rocking her body back and forth to soothe the creature that she's holding. A crackling fire burns in the hearth, filling the space with a comfortable, homey warmth. This is where the sound of fire had come from before. Another person, a young girl with long, sooty black hair, sits hunkered down in the corner next to the bed, her knees held in her arms. The woman lifts the baby up, placing a kiss on its forehead, before turning her gaze to the window. Heine looks together with her, seeing that outside of it too, fires crackle together with the voices of people collecting out there. A rock flies through the window, violently shattering it. The baby starts to scream again, but she places a finger against its mouth, shushing it a third time, and the baby falls silent, babbling instead and grabbing the finger to hold it in fascination. "You take him and you hide, okay?" instructs the woman. She kneels down toward the girl by the bed. The girl, who was sitting by the bed, reaches up, grabbing the fabric of the woman's dress. The woman shakes her head, pulling the hand off of herself. "You take him and you hide," she repeats. The voices outside grow louder. She bends down, kissing the girl's forehead too. "What will you do?" The girl lifts her gaze, rubbing her wet eyes. "I'm going to take him and hide." The woman nods content. "You're a good girl, Nikia. Don't let what they're saying about you or him ever be true, okay?" she asks. "Don't give them the satisfaction of being rigged." The door crashes open and the woman jumps to her feet, grabbing a knife from the table next to the bed. Before she can respond to the attack, there's already a blade through her own chest, blood leaking out of it, splashing, dripping to the ground with a wet tone that is oddly reminiscent of the crackling fire just next to it. The two sounds intertwine, the dripping and the crackling, as if they were in a dance. The woman falls over dead. The elf, who had barged into the house and killed her, looks around the room, seeing only the baby on the bed. She walks over to grab it, sparing a moment to look at it in disgust. It babbles incoherently, lifting a hand to touch her long ear in curiosity. She pulls it off of herself and takes it outside. The elf walks past Heine, entirely unaware of his presence, as if he were a shadow in an old memory. Heine stands there, watching as a moment later the girl with the black hair crawls out from beneath the bed, staring at the dead body of her mother. Torches fly in through the broken window, and the dance of fire and blood at play in the small house is overtoned. Everything goes white. The elven woman stands there in the forest, holding the baby at a distance with a look of revulsion on her face. The baby babbles on, unbothered by her expression. It reeks. It seems that it's had an incident of sorts. She can't give it to the owl god like this. The woman looks around herself, finding a river that babbles much the same. She walks over towards it, holding the baby at a distance and never losing the skeeved-out look on her face. Holding it beneath the arms, she leans down and just sort of submerges the baby's lower half into the waters of the river to just hold it there for a minute, in the hopes that the current will take care of everything for her. The baby starts to cry, and she stiffens up as she puts its legs into the icy river water. Her long ears twitch in annoyance. There are predators in these woods. The owl god keeps her people safe, but it will not interfere in the laws of the hunt. She looks around herself, turning back to the baby. "Quiet, be quiet," she hisses. The baby keeps on crying. "Shut up," she whispers angrily at it. The baby does not shut up. Hissing, she submerges the baby down below the water of the river entirely, looking around herself in fearful panic. The forest doesn't stir. It looks like nothing has heard them. Her eyes wander back down to the baby in her hands, still held down beneath the water. She needs this thing. She needs the blessing from the owl god so that she can finally have the means to leave the forest. She pulls it back out of the water. It spews wet out of itself in a contorted mixture of screaming, crying, and undrowning. The mess on its body is only worse than before. The elf swears to herself, doing her best to silence the creature by appeasing it with anything else she can think of, from funny faces to odd sounds. Nothing works. Desperate, her eyes wander over the forest, watching for any rustling bushes, until they land back on the body of the water where several flowers of vivid pink float. Water lilies. She rips one out, holding it to the baby's nose in an act of desperation, hoping that any stimulus at all will do the trick. And for whatever reason, it does. After a while of flailing and gagging and a little vomit that runs down her fingers, the baby seems to tilt its head oddly close towards the flower and stays content, playing with its petals and simply existing, as if nothing had ever happened at all a moment ago. She sighs in relief and then grabs some leaves, realizing that she has no choice but to clean it up the old-fashioned way. Afterwards, she grabs a few of the water lilies and takes them with her, just in case it starts crying on the way again. It has been several days since she took the baby. The forest is long and slow to traverse when one stays off of the roads. But this baby is a powerful offering. She can't let the others know that she has it until she is within the safe confines of the all-protecting and seeing vision of the owl god. She isn't able to feed the infant, not really having the physiological capacity to do so at the moment. So instead she does as the birds do with their young and chews up some berries into mush to feed to it with her fingers. It seems to be working as far as she can tell. She's never dealt with a baby before. It yanks on her ears. She pulls it off of herself, scowling at the monstrosity that has a smear of berry paste on its cheek. She sighs. It has to be presentable for the owl god. The elf wipes it off and the baby grabs her finger, chewing and sucking on it. She pulls it away. The baby begins to cry. Fine. She hisses, letting it have her finger back, which seems to immediately stop any problem that was perceived to have arisen. The baby quietly chews on her finger as they awkwardly walk through the forest, continuing to coo and babble. They've arrived. The elf stands within the domain of the owl god, holding her tribute against her breast. As a gesture of respect and reverence, she holds her head down low as the line slowly moves forward towards the great tree, on which sits the powerful owl god who has control of the forest. She stares at the ground, doing her best not to look at the annoying thing she's holding. It continues to reach up, trying to grab her ears, but she doesn't let it. The baby begins to well up. She can tell that it's about to cry. She can't have it do that here, not in the presence of the owl god. Rolling her eyes, she tilts her lowered head, letting it reach one of her ears to pull on. What a brat. The elf stands like that in line, listening to the oddly satisfied chewing sound of the toothless creature, nibbling on the end of her long ear until the line moves forward far enough for it to be her turn. Feeling a severe presence bearing down on her from above, she lifts her gaze, looking at the owl god. It's massive and terrifying, a shadow that hangs heavy over the world during the darkness of nights. She gulps, lowering herself down to present the baby her offering. It takes a moment after her knees reach the grass for her to finally extend her arms, but she does and waits. A satisfied hoot comes from above. The elf exhales, relieved. She slowly lowers the creature down to the pile of offerings that others have brought for the owl god. Immediately, she's thrown to the side as someone rams into her, grabbing the baby and running off with it. The elf tumbles across the ground, losing track of the commotion as she tries to reorient herself, her head ringing. A piercing scream comes through the air, followed by another. One belongs to a young girl with black hair, who she can't identify, and the other is the shrieking of a bird that makes her wince. The elf fights with herself as she rises back to her feet, the smell of water lilies in her face, present because of the crushed flower she had with her that had been pressed against her neck in her fall. The baby cries, and whatever it might have been in particular that happened in her head that day, happens. The woman yells incoherently to herself as she runs forward through the crowds that have gathered to watch whatever is happening with the owl god, and grabs the baby that is laying in the grass, before running off into the forest with it, holding it against her chest as they vanish into the underbrush. The two of them escape the forest and move towards the far north, far outside of the domain of the owl god, and away from all of this. Everything goes white. There is a vision of a pond in a forest. Water splashes as a body lands in the murky waters from above, disturbing the frog song being sung there by hundreds of frogs. The mangled girl with long, sooty black hair floats there in the tepid, stagnant waters. Blood pours out of her missing appendages, one leg and 3 fingers on both of her hands, as she sinks down beneath the water, her eyes looking up towards the stars. She's going to have to apologize to their mother in a minute. She messed up. Her promise to the woman didn't even last a minute, and then, even worse, she couldn't even make it right. She wanted to save him, her younger brother, but she just couldn't. It just wasn't in the cards. Nakia drifts down beneath the water. Frogs croak. They croak for so many reasons. They croak their songs to communicate, to find partners, and to warn of threats and rivals. They croak to sing, and they croak in fear of the disturbance of the owl that has flown over their heads. Owls eat frogs. There are many, many frogs, but the owls are also many. They, the frogs, are outnumbered and at a disadvantage, as they are unable to fly or move at the speeds at which owls glide through the night. They don't have sharp talons and strong beaks. However, the frogs do have one thing. They see the girl sinking down into their pond, filling it with the mess of her death, and the pond intermingles with her, flowing into her mouth and nose and ears as she drowns, the girl who is an enemy of the owl god. The frog chorus croaks, quickly collecting together as they come to an unusual, rare agreement, one that is quite odd for frogs to make of their own volition. But such is the nature of things in the deep forest. The frogs all dive into the waters, hundreds of them, one after the other, as they swarm around the girl, as they claim her as their own in order to use her as a tool of retribution against the owls. Everything goes white.